Well, hello, my dear friends. How's everybody today? Today we have a very, very special guest for you today. Um, the long overdue Jose. If you're not familiar with Jose, Jose has been around the Wells home. He knows the dynamic of the family from the time that he spent there. And we've many of us have tried to get in touch with Jose. Um, he was a hard guy to to get in touch with, to say the least. So ICU and I worked extremely diligently to find him, to first to make sure that he was safe, and to also get um, we really wanted his take on this because in a lot of in a lot of ways, we had really talked to everyone else. It's been 8 months since Summer has went missing, and I felt like he was the missing link to at least him giving his side of the story. So I see you. Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. Without further ado, I am going to, Jose is with us on the phone. Um, Jose, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. All right. Chat, if you guys could let me know if you could hear him fine, that would be great. Um, Before we do get started, I want to say absolutely everyone is always welcome in my chat room. It doesn't matter what part of YouTube you come from, what channel you come from, who you support, who you don't support. That is not what I'm concerned about. What I am concerned about in this chat room is that everyone is respectful. You can get your point across without being hateful or anything else. So that is the only thing that I ask of anybody that comes in the chat. If you are not respectful, what will happen is the mods will warn you, put you in a timeout, and then if you further do that, then we will have to unfortunately block you. So, um, we don't have to agree on everything in this case. The main point that um, I am here for is for Summer Wells, um, and that's it. Um, so just be respectful, be kind to one another, and you can all tell your opinions, your feelings. But if you have heard something or you believe something, you please put in my opinion or allegedly in the chat because a lot of people can take things as fact, and that is also how misinformation can get out. And we don't want that because there's been enough in this case. So, Jose, how are you doing today?
I'm hanging in there actually. Rough night, but
Mm,
I'm doing okay.
good, good. Um, yeah, you're a hard one to track down.
Yeah, I literally was, I had mental problems and I just went off grid to, get myself back together again.
Yeah, yeah. Um, so Jose, can you tell us how you like how did you get down to Tennessee? What led you down there? How long did you stay in Tennessee? And just the general concept. I'll give the floor to you right now.
Okay, so basically I was going through a real bad divorce and I basically had a psychotic break and I was staying with a friend of mine that actually was going to move down to Tennessee. And I wind up going with them to go down there, and where we were supposed to stay, the place had fell through. We didn't really have anywhere to stay, and my friend was, you know, his children's mother had lived down there, and she had a friend that basically had a room, and no one wanted to stay there. But because of what I was going through, I decided to just stay in Tennessee, and I wound up renting the room from Candace. And they were great to me, you know. They were actually real nice. They helped me out, you know, and so I was basically staying with them. I was almost there, a good 6 months living there,
Okay.
and
From approximately when did you was you in Tennessee staying with the Wells to approximately when did you leave?
this would be maybe, I believe it was February or March. I remember it was winter time.
Hmm.
But we wound up going down there, and I left like a little bit almost before we were touching fall, you could say.
Okay. Okay. Okay, go ahead with your story. You're fine.
Uh, so I was staying with them at the time, and they was helping me at the time. Donnie wasn't in the residence at that time. He was actually in Utah
Hmm.
at that time, and I was renting from Candace. She was there with her mother as well, and her four children. Well, not her four, because Josie actually wasn't there either. Josie was with Donnie Wells in Utah.
Okay.
So in the house, it was basically Wayland, Wyatt, and Summer in the house.
Okay.
And so while I was staying there, a lot of things had transpired while I was there. You know, I guess they all liked me in the sense of relationships wise. You know, they found I was cute or whatever. But at the time, because of what I was going through, I really didn't want to hook up with no relationship type deal. I was just trying to get myself together, you know, having severe nightmares and things like that.
Hmm.
And so while I was there, I could remember the first time I initially walked into the home that we were coming up the driveway, how to get up there. Their lawn was like, oh, like if you was in another state, they probably would have got fined for the way that lawn was because how tall it was. You know, lawnmower was sitting there. You know, the kids didn't really have much play area. Also, at the time, I also found out there was a poisonous snake lurking around in the yard.
Oh
You
wow.
know, they had a beehive hidden under the lawn by the driveway. It was pretty bad. I found all these things out after I mowed that lawn for them so the
Hmm.
kids could play. I remember the first time I initially walked in through the door, I was pretty much shocked at what I saw because as you entered, you know, you see mattresses on the floor, blankets were thrown all over the place, and you know, TV was in a certain particular corner with movies piled up, and then as you entered through another door, you got to the kitchen area, and truly it was disgusting. Dishes piled up, looked like it hadn't been washed in weeks. Roaches all over the place.
Hmm.
I remember asking them to use the bathroom, and you would walk a little bit and had to go behind these double dressers that they basically turned into a wall so you couldn't see someone actually using the toilet. So they had the toilet there and the sink and the shower, which was like a shower stand. And when where the shower was, when you
Hmm.
looked down, it was supposed to be like a little closet area where they had all their clothes just hung up and things like that. So when they were taking me to where I was going to sleep, it was downstairs in in the cellar. And I was thinking, I don't see no stairs. How the hell am I going to get down there? And when I looked just behind this counter that they had that basically looked like a bar that they built, there was a
Mm-hmm.
hole in the ground, and you just walk down those stairs and you were into the cellar. And when you look to the left was the parents' room, and
Now,
the
when you say
door
cellar, do you mean basement?
yes,
Okay,
basically,
okay,
yes, the
okay,
basement.
okay. Just
Okay, so when you walk down those stairs as you're going down through the hole, you would look to the left, and to the left was a big open area. They had a 42-inch TV on a shelf. Their door to access outside into the driveway was there. They had a couch in front of that door, and then their mattress was basically on the floor. They didn't have no bed rails or anything. It was center blocks on the floor, and the mattress was on top of those center blocks.
whose bed was that?
And then that was the parents' room.
Okay, downstairs.
Okay. Did
Yes,
did you say there was a couch in front of the door that goes outside?
correct. Yes, that was to prevent any of the kids opening and closing that door. You
Uh-huh.
know, when y'all finally contacted me, you know, just going a little ahead, when y'all had contacted me and was telling me everything that's going on, I could clearly remember that, looking at these videos as they were talking with Donnie, and he's like, well, Summer's pretty intelligent. She could have opened that door. No, there is no could have. There is a definite, because she had the consistency of always unlocking the door and walking out whenever they see fit. And this was not just Summer. This was also Waylon and Wyatt as well.
Mm-hmm.
So they would just come in and out freely, you
Mm-hmm.
know.
So
You know,
the the
Candace
door did lock.
for them. Excuse me.
The door
You
did
said
lock?
the door does lock or it did not lock?
No, it did not lock. Something was wrong with the lock. And they couldn't find the key, so they basically had this not a love seat, but the larger one that looked like it was a sofa bed, but it wasn't, and it was blue, and they had that pushed up against the entranceway of the door, and that's where the kids would hang out and sit and watch the TV, watch movies and cartoons and things like that.
Okay,
And
so
then
the
when you
the
look,
couch was inside, right? It wasn't like an out. They didn't.
yes, no, it was inside of Candace and Donnie's room, but it was pressed up against the wall that literally the door was there.
Okay.
And I slept in the room adjacent to them. And in that room adjacent to them was basically the kids' playroom. And all their toys was in there and stuff. Um, Another thing was when I seen a photo of where they showed how the boys' beds were and things like that. That bed was never there. That bed was the bed I slept in the cellar. It was literally pushed up against the wall, and the rest of the room was the kids' room that had all their toys. And I remember it specifically because the kids would always come downstairs. Hey, Jose, how you doing? And I'm like, hey, what's up? And they would be like, we came to play with our toys. And I would be laying there, and I'll be like, go ahead, have at it. Go play with your toys. And Candace would yell from upstairs. That leave Jose alone. He's trying to get rest and stuff. And I would tell her, oh, don't worry about it. They're kids. Let them play. I really don't care at all whatsoever. So it was basically my room slash their playroom, which I never denied them entrance. There was no door to the room. They could just freely walk in. And
What was
it
there
didn't really
doors
bother
anywhere in that in anywhere in the house?
only the doors to get in and out of the home.
Okay, so but there
There
was no
is
internal
there
door.
is there was an internal door from the first room you entered through the front of the house to get into the kitchen. It was a blue door with a glass window, and that door, when the kids were not behaving. This was after Donnie came back.
Hey, one second,
He
Jose.
would.
1 second, Jose. I see you're having some feedback. Your mic may be okay, there we go. Go ahead. Sorry, Jose.
Okay, so Donnie will always keep that blue door closed, and he would tell the kids, don't mess with the lock. We don't have the key for this door. Leave the door somewhat open, and it was basically, to keep the house warm and things like that. But if the kids did get out of hand, Donnie would send them in that room and close both doors, the doors to the front room and the door to that kitchen. And the kids would be in there, though they had TV and
Uh-oh. The call dropped. Hold on. That's not good. Sorry. Hold on. Jose?
Please leave your message. Please leave your message.
Sorry about that. I'm bear with me 1 second. I'm calling.
Please leave your message.
The sentiment says, dang it. Oh, you gotta love technology. Hello? Oh.
Please leave your message.
Jesus. No problem. He'll call me back. I hope.
Please leave your message.
Hey, I see you. Can you try to call him?
Yes, I can.
Okay. This is in real time. Yes. We okay, hold on. I got him, I think. I see you. Jose, are you there?
yes,
Okay.
call drop. The signal's kind of pretty bad where I'm at the moment.
That's okay. No worries. Okay. All right. So you were talking about the kids was put in a room or was something to that effect?
Oh, yes, that would be the front room as you get to the entrance. A futon bed that was on the wall, and
could you repeat that? Sorry, there was a problem. Could you just start from the beginning?
Okay, so in that room, basically Candace and Summer, Grandis, and Wyatt would sleep in that front room. They literally had two queen size mattresses on the floor, and then they had a futon bed against the wall. That's where Grandis had slept because she had a knee replacement and she couldn't really get up and down from the floor. She also had a camper on property that, she slept in once in a while as well. And Wayland would usually sleep in the cellar in his parents' room on the couch, and he would fall asleep watching cartoons on TV.
Oh.
And I would be in the next room next door.
Okay. So why would Don put the kids in the room? Like
if they disobeyed, didn't listen to what he said, he just would get so upset and start screaming and yelling at them and go in the effing room. And that man, listening to him talk to you, it's like looking at two sides of a coin because he talks to you one way, but when you see him behind closed doors, this is totally different, man. You know, F bomb out of his mouth, S this, like freely. It's like the F word is definitely a prime word in his vocabulary, if you
Hmm.
know what I mean.
Hmm. Did Don go to
So,
church whenever you was there?
did he go where?
Did he go to church?
No, he never went to church. Never. Yeah, from the moment he would come home from work, he already had beer in him. So
Hmm.
basically, you're driving drunk coming home from work, you
Hmm.
know. And then when he did buy food for the house, when he got there, it's basically stuff from Dollar General, Family Dollar, dollar things
You
in
mean
a
the Dollar
little
General
fridge.
down the road there where the
Oh yes,
yeah, okay.
absolutely.
I've
And
been
it would
there.
be all junk food, like the chips, cupcakes, Twinkies, you know, things like that. That's not food for children at all.
Hmm.
I mean, it's snacks for them, yes,
Right.
but as far as real home cooked meals, that was not happening. Home cooked meals wasn't being cooked often until I entered the home because I remember telling them, "Hey, I would like to cook something." And Candace and her mother looked at me like, "Wait, you know how to cook?" I'm like, "Yeah, like, of course I do. I have 3 kids. I used to cook for them all the time. I love to cook. That's one of the things I enjoy doing for my children. So let me make something for them." And they sat there in amazement watching me cook. And during as I'm cooking, I'm washing all these piles of dishes, you know, and putting them away on the side. They didn't even have dish holders, you know, everything was just laid out on top of a counter, you know, dish on top of dish. The spoons were just laid out like that. But if you looked at the rest of the home, just things were scattered everywhere. You know, it looked like she was in the process of moving, but
Hmm.
she decided to stay. And
What do you
during that,
mean she decided to stay?
I don't know. She, you know, she said she was gonna. She didn't want to be there alone with the kids anymore because Donnie was gone and he shouldn't have left. He should have stayed. She didn't want to move to Utah. She specifically stressed that a lot. I don't want to move up there. I don't want to go up there. No, 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 no. You know, and I guess she was about to move because a lot of her stuff were still in boxes and scattered, and they were looking for things. It was a pretty big mess in there. And little by little, I would help them, you know, clean up little by little. And the more consistent I got with it, the boys started to help me, Waylon and Wyatt. You know,
Hmm.
I would do the dishes, or Waylon would dry them, and Wyatt would put them up so they wouldn't break or anything.
Hmm.
They started sweeping, you know, when they returned back to school, um, and they would come home, you know, they weren't even allowed to eat until they had to do their homework, which I feel that that's wrong because, you know, the children eat at 11 in the morning and they're coming home at 3 from the bus, 3:30. Of course, they're going to want to eat something small. They're hungry. They're young. They burn through that energy. And they couldn't even eat. They had to do their homework first before they ate. And even after their homework was done, it's dollar pizzas, you know, or chips or cupcakes. You know, I'm saying to myself, like, where's like turkey and cheese, tuna fish, maybe a can of spaghetti and meatballs, you know, things like that.
Hmm.
Not even that was there, you know, and I could remember that when the first month that I was there, Allie would constantly, every single day, she would go to Walmart, all the way to Kingsport, to Walmart, and spend her little bit of money that she earns from her job, you know, taken away from her children and giving it to Summer and the boys because even she was eye to eye with me. These kids need to eat. Like,
Of
what's
course.
going on here?
Hmm.
You know? And it was just an incredible experience, you could say, an eye opener. It made me realize, wow, you know, compared to these people, I'm a wonderful dad, you know? Like,
Right.
I cook, I clean, wash clothes. I've even done laundry for them,
Hmm.
even, you know, and they are amazed because all they kept saying is, Donnie don't do things like that. Like, that man does not do anything. All he does is work, drink, come home. That's it.
Okay,
You know, so
could you tell us about when Don returned? How did all of that go down?
Well, basically, when he was coming back, I remember Candace was telling me that, oh, he's pissed. And, before he returned, I find it kind of strange that he said he didn't know who I was until he came home because I had spoken with him on numerous occasions on the telephone while he was on his way back from Utah, and I thought everything was cool between us. He
Mm-hmm.
came home, he was calm, he didn't drink the first 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
On the second day that he was there, he got his old job back, was ready to return back to work. And next thing I know, he's back into work. A couple of days later, he gets paid, fills up his fridge full of all this frozen junk food and beer and liquor. And right away, it's to the drinking.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember a couple of times I would be downstairs, laying down about to pass out, and I hear them fighting upstairs. And it's not like a normal fight, it's a drunk fight between two drunk people.
Yeah, when you say
And,
pass out, you mean going to sleep, right? I just want to be
yes,
clear.
basically, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
yes, but
you just
basically,
got to be
yes, going
really
to
clear
sleep
on
because
here.
at the time that he returned, I had started a part time job, to earn a little extra money and things like that. So, um, it would be like almost 8 o'clock at night, 8:30 maybe, and they would be hammered, like, and I mean hammered. But they didn't look like they were hammered, but they were drunk. We were talking Black Velvet and a fifth of it, and they will always have a 12 pack of Mountain Dew under the table. And I clearly remember that because the minute the box opened a soda and Candace would crack it open, Summer would come running into the kitchen. Can I have soda? Can I have soda? And I'm like, baby, you don't want juice or water? And she would be like, no, I want soda. And they would just give it to her. And I would tell them, too much soda is not good for her. She's
Mm-hmm.
too little to be drinking that, you know? And, but you could only say so much before you realize that what you're saying is going through one ear and out of the other.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And,
So when did things turn after Don came back? And can you tell us
about
about
a
that?
week, about a week after he returned, things started to really deteriorate with me being there. He kept accusing Candace of sleeping with me while he was gone and things like that. When I finally saw the video that he was talking with the guy Chris from TIR, he was telling them that, oh, yeah, you know, she had this guy in the house, and, he was gay or whatever. That's a bold-faced lie. I'm not gay. I'm
Okay.
nowhere near that.
Okay.
I am a straight man. I
Okay.
prefer women. That
Okay.
is my preference.
Right.
Period. And
Well, that's a
I'm, and
so
I'm saying to
you're saying where Candace and everyone said that uh you preferred men, that you actually are indeed straight.
exactly
Okay.
correct.
Okay.
And I believe that they were telling him that to just ease tension, so there wouldn't be like a severe conflict. But during the time that I was there helping them and stuff, they're realizing like, wow, this guy's here and he's renting from me. He's a good friend, helps my kids with homework. He cooks, he cleans. Like, who is this guy? And it's nothing special. Like, there's many of men like me who do things like that. This is what you're supposed to do. These are your children. You want their well-being in your heart constantly. You want to make sure they're fed, their clothes are clean, they have a proper bed to sleep in.
Mm-hmm.
And I get emotional talking about that because I remember, seeing them sleep on these couches, on the floor, and it would bother me a lot, like a lot. And I'll be like, like, what's going on? And it was always one finger's pointing the other. Oh, it's his fault. Or he would say, oh, it's her fault. They just constantly kept blaming each other instead of just meeting each other in the middle, find common ground, and fix things together. It was always a constant conflict. Past was kept being thrown up on each other's faces, and things like that.
Hmm.
So
So
about a week after, yeah, it started to get very heated. It was always about me, always. And my name just kept constantly flying out there. And one night they got so drunk. This was the week that I had left. They had gotten
it,
real drunk,
is this
and I
the
remember.
is this the night where the police came?
Yes,
Okay.
correct. And I remember that night very clearly because I was half asleep. I was literally half asleep, ready to, go into Wonderland, as you would say. And all I could remember was hearing this loud banging thump noise, like if someone hit the ground. And I remember jumping off the bed and running up those tiny steps, and peeking out. And Candace is literally on top of Donnie. Like, don't you ever put a hand on me? And things like that. And I'm like, what is going on? And she was telling me this asshole here is saying me and you doing something together. And I'm like, yo, we're not doing nothing. We never did anything, like, at all, at all. And he was like, I want you out of my house. And I said, I will leave this home when your wife tells me to leave this home, because she's the one who is renting from me, and she is the one who is helping me.
Hmm.
You were nowhere around, so you have no say so here at the moment, especially that you took your oldest son and you ditched the rest of your family. If you could have moved to another state, pick up your entire family and go. Don't take one child and leave the wife with the rest, because that was wrong. you know and if Summer, as he said, is his world, she should have been the first one on that truck with him, when he left to Utah, not leave her with Candace, and then leave Candace with barely any money. Candace would have to call him, I need money for food, I need, money to pay the light and things like that. And she would be full blown fights with him about that. And, eventually he would give in and send her a few dollars, and that was it. But it would be a full blown fight just to get money from him, from Utah, so she could get whatever she needed for the house. So that night, after he got up and he's yelling at me, he's there drinking his a beer. I don't remember what kind of beer it was. It was a brown bottle. And I started to tell him, once a cheater, always a cheater. You cheated on your wife while your wife is downstairs in the basement with your daughter, and you up here in this room where your sons are sleeping at, and you're having sex with some lady who uses drugs, and you're saying you're helping her. But yeah, I could imagine you're helping her. And I guess he didn't like the truth being told in his face, because he wound up throwing the beer bottle at me right in my face. And the beer bottle wound up breaking, and it chipped my front tooth.
Hmm.
And I remember after that initial, hit, I literally, Grandis was in between us, and Candace was behind Grandis. Like, they were trying to keep us separated.
Hmm.
And at that time, that's when Donnie just shoved Candace out of the way. And I started to approach him as he's coming towards me. And Grandis is still trying to keep us separated. But, I was already, so much anger was inside of me that
Sure.
he done threw this bottle at me,
Broke your tooth.
like, oh yeah, that's it. I'm done with this. And I wind up moving Grandis out of the way. I didn't shove her. I didn't do anything. I just pressed my chest up against her. And when she felt, my force, that's when she just moved out the way, because she knew right then and there fist was going to be flying. So as Donnie went to go and throw up his fist at me, I literally walked right up to his face. I had my hands in my pocket, and I had him balled up in a fist. And I said, I'm waiting. Throw it, because you found the right one with me. Maybe other people are afraid or intimidated of you, but I'm not. I've dealt with people like growing up, and instead of him lunging at me, he started to step back and started to move back to get out of the home. And at that time, that's when Candace decided to call the police. And when she called the police, Donnie ran. He jumped in his truck. Mind you, he's drunk. You know, he jumped in his truck and he drove away. That same night, maybe 20, 25 minutes later, the police wound up coming up the hill, and Donnie wasn't on the property at the time. And we were explaining to the police officer what had transpired there and stuff. And the police were like, "Do you happen to know where he went?" And we were like, "No." And next thing we know, Donnie's coming back up the hill in the truck. And that's when the police officers, proceeded to him, and they raised up their guns. They asked them to step forward in front of the vehicle. And that's when we were telling him he's drunk, like literally drunk. And so they gave him, I guess, whatever exam for a DUI, and in the police officer's eyes, he passed it. And then the police officer comes and says, "Well, in my family, we have drunks and they're coherent. So he's probably a coherent drunk." I don't care what you say. When you're drunk, you're drunk. There's no coherence in that whatsoever. You're under the influence completely. And then that's when Candace had told the police officer that he had a gun in the car. And he's a known felon. And the police officer's like, "What?" And then that's when Donnie admitted that he did have the gun in there. And he tried to say it was a muzzle loader, but it wasn't. It was like a little 2-shot Dillinger that he had in his glove box, And I'm saying to myself, this man came all the way from Utah with that gun in his glove box? Like, what do you need a gun for? And you a known felon, Back in my past, I've been arrested, and I know for a fact I can't carry a firearm. If I do, that's a felony charge, and I'm going to prison for a long, long time. Right. So I know for him to be doing that, you have no respect at all for the law or anybody else, And they basically arrested him and charged him, I guess, for domestic violence because Candace was just crying all over the place. They had this physical altercation, and then they were talking with me, and I was telling them about me and him with the altercation, and they asked, "Would you, we can't ask you to press charges because you basically don't have no physical wounds on you." And I'm looking at the police officer like, "Dude, look at my tooth. Like, he literally chipped my tooth." And that's not a physical altercation or not to be arrested after he threw the beer bottle at me, and nothing really happened. They wind up taking him to jail for whatever happened between him and Candace.
Mm-hmm. How long did he stay in jail?
Not long, maybe 7 days, I think, tops he was in there, I believe. Okay. And I remember Candace going down to the courthouse, and I was with her, her mother was with her, all the children, and she went in there, and did the order of protection, and she had it, and she had to fill out some paperwork, and me and her mother had to help her fill out that paperwork. Mm-hmm. And then she went back in. I guess they gave it to her, and she came out, and I kept stressing to her, "Don't let him back in. This guy, something is wrong with him." Just from this altercation that I had with him, I know for a fact this guy is brutal. This guy has no conscience whatsoever, because you're physically abusive to a mother, a grandmother. That, like he admitted, she hated his guts. She had reason to hate this man's guts. This man was violent. He wasn't passive. He wasn't calm, and to hear these videos say, "Oh, he's a calm man, he fits this description." No, he's a calm man in public. You should see the man behind closed doors. That's a totally different person. It's like he switches, you know? Like one day he's okay, and at nighttime, it's like a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde situation with him. You know, one point he's fine and calm and laughing it up, and in an instant he changes to, you know, to Jekyll, and he's raging and arguing and throwing things, and that's the type of man he is. And on a power trip, what he says must go, and everyone must listen, and he don't care who you are.
Mm-hmm. Tell me about the thing that they would do whenever the kids were sleeping.
The thing
With the
that what?
shaving.
Oh yes. There was times where it wasn't Donnie. This was before he came, but um, they would play pranks on the children, and while they would sleep, they would put shaving cream all over them while they were sleeping. You know, and I'm like, you know, at first I had laughed because I I thought it was like a get back to the kids, because the kids did that to their mother one time, you know, and everybody in the house was laughing. It was funny, and the mom was laughing too. Candace was laughing about it, and she's like, "Oh, don't worry, I'm gonna get ya. I'm gonna get ya." But you know, the kids are sleeping, and they wind up doing it to the children, and it was like nothing. You know, I'll never forget that when Wyatt had woke up, he was crying because he got shaving cream in his eye, and he was like, "Why are you always doing that? You know, when I'm fully asleep, why you don't do that when I'm like half asleep or something?" And he was literally in tears because the shaving cream got into his eyes. It was things like that that really bothered me a
Mm-hmm.
lot, you know. And it wasn't until that altercation that I had with Donnie that he finally realized he's in front of a man who's not going to back down. I think he was the type of man that when he approached you, he tried to approach you because he's not a little man. This man is tall, you know. I'm short compared to him, but I have a good size on me. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I can't say I could beat up everybody, but I can say I definitely can hold my own.
Right.
You know, I could, as well as I can give a hit, is as well as I can take it. You
Mm-hmm.
know, and I guess me standing up to him, you know, shattered his foundation,
Mm-hmm.
because that's when Candace and her mother really started to pull away from him, as you could say, and they started to see what I was speaking about him. You know, like he doesn't really love you. He's never going to change. He's going to keep doing the same thing. And, you know, like you really got to get away from this man. And I really didn't understand what kind of grip he had over her
Mm-hmm.
at all. But I can tell you that she was at the point where she had enough of him, you know, and all it had to take were the right support people to be around to pull her away from him. And I feel I should have never left the way I did. That was another part of that video that bothered me as well, as he said that Grandis said that they kicked me out of that house. No, that's a bold-faced lie, because I stayed there 3 days after that altercation. I got paid for my job, and I
Where were you
personally,
working at?
I was working in a factory making cat towers, cat scratching post towers. I don't
Okay.
remember the name of the company.
Okay.
And Grandis would take me to work in the morning, and she would pick me up. That's guaranteed. And I took my paycheck to leave, and the day that I was leaving, you know, they all thought I was returning to one particular job, you know, until the day that I left, and I told everyone goodbye. And Grandis was taking me. That's when I revealed to Grandis exactly where I was going, and she was shocked
Mm-hmm.
when I told her. You know, like, what the hell? I said I had to get out of there. I can't take it no more. If she winds up bringing this man back and I'm there, I'm gonna wind up going to prison for seriously hurting this man,
Right.
because it was putting more emotional and mental stress on me, and I'm trying to get myself together. And you know, it was just giving me basically PTSD, just flashbacks of my childhood and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I just had to get away from there. And, Grandis is like, I understand, Jose, thank you for everything. You've been a great help, And I was like, just please be careful. Don't let Candace let that man back in the house, please. She said, I promise you, Jose, I will try my best. I would try my best, to try to keep her away, but it's hard. It's very
Where
hard.
did
And I said, I
Grandis
understand.
where did Grandis end up taking you?
She wound up taking me to Rock Hill, South Carolina.
South Carolina, not North Carolina.
No, South Carolina, Rock Hill.
Okay.
I actually had met someone online, and she had offered, to help me, and
Right.
me and her wind up getting into a relationship, and I wind up staying with her, and that's where Grandis had taken.
Okay, so it was not North Carolina.
No, it was South Carolina. She had taken me.
Okay.
So that's and just looking at these videos, I'm like, oh no, like I understand why everybody kept looking for me. It like totally started to make sense. Like, yeah, I'm that missing piece that everyone's trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, Jose, I actually didn't. I didn't mention this to you. People thought you were in the Philippines.
In the Philippines, no. No.
Yeah.
No, I was not in the Philippines.
Yeah.
I was literally, you could say I was within U.S. borders,
Yeah.
as you can say.
Yeah, exactly.
I was in U.S. territory.
Yes.
I wasn't halfway across the world.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So you were saying that there was no walls in or doors, or was there walls in the bathroom?
No walls at all. It was literally open. And when I mean open, I mean someone could walk through the door and literally see you sitting on the toilet.
Mm.
And what they did was they took two dressers, and pretty long ones. They were female dressers, actually 6-drawer dressers, and they put one on top of the other, and they had a blanket covering it, and that's basically was the wall to the bathroom. And the stand-up shower was right next to the toilet, and then the sink was to the other side. And then alongside that wall of the same room, that's where all the children's clothes were hanging up, on in hangers and things like that. So basically, if one of the kids was to walk in there and you are on the toilet, the children can see you sitting on the toilet. So there was nothing to cover you.
Okay. Hold on one. I'm sorry.
Did Don or take showers with the kids, like to save hot water?
Yes, absolutely. I got into an altercation with him about that as well, because he had Summer in there with him. And I believe Summer was around 3 years old, almost 4 at this time. And I was saying to myself, it's not a bathtub and you're not taking a bubble bath, You're in a stand-up shower. You're a 50-something-year-old man, well above 6'2", and you have your young daughter that's pint sized. That's what I called her, because she was so tiny, And I'm pretty sure that when she looked up at her dad, what was the first thing she was looking at. You know what I mean? And it was disgusting to me. And I literally flipped out on her. Like, you don't do that. I don't care if it's your daughter. She's a girl. Let her take a bath with her mother, not with you. You want to take a bath with the boys, it's fine. They have the same equipment as you. Only a man can teach a boy to be a man, and a woman can teach a girl to be a woman. That's my belief in that situation. And when I got into the fight with him about that, he literally stopped having Summer in the shower with him, and it was only the boys. So I think he knew that if he was to try to do that again, I was definitely going to step into that situation again. And it was only going to escalate to be even worse, because, that's disgusting. You don't do things like that. I have a daughter, and even though I went through problems with my children and my ex and stuff like that, I never took a bath with my daughter, ever,
No.
ever. And with my sons, even when they would take baths and I would go into the bath to check on them, I wouldn't even pull the curtain to look at them. I would talk to them through the curtain, to give them that sense of security that I'm not going to invade your privacy while you're in there, and I deserve that same respect as well. And, and to look at my little girl and to think of her, never once have I ever taken a bath with my daughter. Never once. That thought never even crossed my mind, ever. So it really bothered me. It was a real bad sinking feeling on what's been transpiring in that home well before I got there. Pieces started to, more pieces of the puzzle started to unravel, and I'm trying to figure out, okay, what's going on here, what's going on there, and it wasn't until Donnie got home that I actually started to see what this man was about, that I realized, oh, I see what type of man you are. You one of those that a woman's supposed to be home cooking and cleaning, and you're the only one who's supposed to command the household because you're bringing money into the house, and it should have never been like that at all. He was definitely a control power freak, very much.
Yeah. Did Don ever have any extramarital affairs or anything of that nature?
As far as I know, yeah, absolutely. And he boldly admitted it. It's not like he didn't admit it. Of course he did. He admitted it and apologized for it and said, just let it go and let's continue from here. But when you're talking about, I would understand for you to say that when it's only one time you do it. But when you consistently do that over a period of the years that you have been together, no, I don't think so. You have no regret, no remorse, no respect. To you, a woman is just a piece of meat. She's not actually a woman to you. She's just something that gives you pleasure, and then you just toss it to the side when you're done and over with. And then what he would do is blame the alcohol. Well, if the alcohol is making you do that, then I suggest you stop drinking, because that's not good, because your wife is here waiting for you. She loves you. She wants to be with you. And you're over here having extramarital affairs in the home while your wife is sleeping downstairs with your daughter. That was like the lowest pinnacle that I could think of a person to be. How could you do something like that? Like, where's your mindset for that? Like, your wife is downstairs and you're sleeping with another woman upstairs, and then you turn around and blame it on the alcohol? No, that didn't sit right with me either, at all, whatsoever.
Right. Do you know who the person's was that he was
It was some lady that lived about a half a mile down the road from them,
on Ben
and
Hill
she
Road?
was not on the same road that they lived on the main road. As you coming down their road, when you come out the driveway, you hook the left, and then when you hit the main road, you would make a right, like if you were going back into Kingsport.
Okay.
And a half mile down that road, that's where the woman lived at, and she was married. She had a husband, but she was a drug user and a pill popper, and supposedly she was down and out, and he was trying to help her. And oh yeah, you were trying to help her. You just took advantage of a woman who needed help and used the drugs and alcohol to get between her legs, when all you had to do was go downstairs to your wife.
Yeah.
Your wife is, I'm pretty sure, as much as she loved him, I'm pretty sure he would have went down them stairs and said, well, baby, I want to do something. She would have graciously did it.
Right.
Like, you're my husband, of course. Come on, let's get it on.
Right.
But no, he didn't. He chose to stay up there and do that with that woman. And then you turn around and you keep apologizing for what you did, but your actions are saying otherwise.
Right.
Did you ever see the lady who lived across the street and her husband?
Only from a vehicle, never personally like speak and introduce me to her. Because every time Candace would drive by, her demeanor would change. Like she hated that woman very much, and she will always consistently say, we opened up our home to help her, and for her to do that with my husband, if I didn't have my children, I would beat her ass with a bat. That's what she would always say every time we drove past that house. It wasn't,
Oh,
like.
No, Jose, I think we're getting confused here.
right.
She means directly. What do you mean, ICU?
Jody Sue.
Okay, did you know Jody Sue?
No, I did not.
And I think her
I
husband's
didn't.
name was Baltimore or something like that.
I've heard of them, but never like physically, met them, hung out with them, or anything like that. No.
Gotcha. Did you ever hang out with another, or not hang out, but did anybody ever come to Don and Candace's house, or did you ever see or talk to another guy named, what's his name, Don as well? ICU Don Sheriff. What's his last name?
Oh yeah, I think he was a good friend of theirs, actually, like a real good friend. The one time that I did meet him, he was going there to talk with Donnie to ask if he could rent a piece of the property for him to put a camper there for him to live.
What's his last name? ICU.
Sheriff A.
Okay, yeah,
Sherbet, yeah, that's right.
yeah,
I remember that because I was like, that sounds like ice cream,
yeah,
I remember giggling about that.
yeah. Um, did you ever meet Don's son?
Which one? I
Uh,
only met the little ones. I've never met the other children from the
Don
previous.
Cherfree's son. His name is what? I forget his name. Is his name Don too? I see you. Can you unmute?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
It's Don and Don Jr.
Oh no, I've never met any of his other children from his previous marriage or relationship.
No. I'm not talking about Don Wells. I'm talking about Don, the neighbor.
Oh no.
Well, he's actually not a
Absolutely
neighbor.
not.
He is actually, his girlfriend lives on that street, but he's there a lot. But
Okay.
but
No.
he's got a son that's wanted, or not wanted, but he's how can we explain that? And he did some really bad things with regarding to
Images.
children's
Child images.
yeah.
Oh my God. No, actually no. I didn't personally meet him or know about that actually until we actually spoke. That was a real bombshell when you told me that. I was like, what? So no, I didn't.
Yeah. Okay.
My main concern is really Summer. Like, where is she? Like, if Candace is hearing this, Candace, it's me, Jose, the man you spent numerous nights crying to me on your kitchen table. Like, please, for the love of God, if you know anything, just take the blame, girl. Take the blame. Let it all out. Stop hiding things. Just that girl loved you too, as much as she loved her dad. And you were her world to her. When her dad wasn't there, you were there. It. I just don't understand what's wrong with you, Candace, because what I see of you doing on these live streams, this is not the woman I remember. It is not, So I don't know where your mind is at. I don't know what's going on with you internally, but you need to break away and finally come clean. You got to know something, you know. Another thing, Candace, you know for a fact how many times we had to go searching for Summer. did you forget the time that we found her behind that house that that we had to follow the path and we found her and she was outside with no t-shirt and no shoes with just pajama pants? Or how about the time that Donnie found her all the way down the driveway, almost to the street, and he came back up with her, beating her butt, like if she was a grown child? Did you forget that too, Candace? Please, for the love of God, say something. This is your chance. I don't know why you're protecting, why or who you're protecting, but you need to just speak out, girl. This is your chance for you to finally take your life back, for you to finally say, I got my life back in control. I got my free will back. No one's telling me what to do. This is me. And, this is your chance. You should have did it, but I understand years of torment. It does it to you. Believe me, I know. I've been through it. I've been dragged, hurt, beat, abused. I know, girl. Trust me. I know many times we've sat crying about this. Girl, you really need to come out and just let everybody know what's going on, because the more and more you hold, the more and more you hide, the more and more the punishment is going to be when you see God. I'm telling you, it don't have to be a man to judge you. What you need to worry about is the judgment of Jesus, because it's going to be bad, because you know that Summer is innocent, really, purely innocent. She doesn't know what it is to be racist. She doesn't know what it is to steal. She doesn't know what it is to be abusive. All she knew was to be a little kid, happy, joyous, full of energy, always wanted to swing, go outdoors, fish, swim. This is your daughter. She came from you. You bared her for 9 months. You know, I envy you for that, girl. Most of us men, we envy you women because we can't give life and you can. God blessed you with that, and if you really want to redeem yourself, the proper way is for you to actually speak out.
Amen.
Don't lawyer up. Why are you going to lawyer up? There's no sense in that. You're only making yourself look guilty to everyone instead of you standing as a strong woman that I always told you you was. You always had a voice. You were just too scared to use it. Well, this is your chance to use it because he's nowhere near you. He can't hurt you no more. He has no more control at all. His power is now in the hands of the correctional facility.
That's right.
He is where he belongs, where he should have been.
Yes.
And that's what I'm really asking from her. And I know she knows my voice. And the people who are watching this stream who know me,
Mm-hmm.
they know it's really me.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure a lot of them have their mouth and eyes wide open, the ones that know me. And
Yes.
I know in their hearts, they're like, oh, shit, it's really him.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like I said, if they ever gave me a chance and they ever told me to go to court, I will go there. You could abuse me. You could say whatever you want. But I know the truth and God knows the truth.
Amen.
And I've seen enough for me to know that Candace was in fear of that man.
Mm-hmm.
And so was her mother.
Jose,
They
I
were
can't tell you the
scared to
people who's just supporting you right now, just saying that they can hear it in your voice and just the
This
support you're
guy,
getting.
I mean, the night that I got into that altercation with him, all I was thinking about was every time this man laid a hand on her, every time he dropped the F-bomb, I would look at this house so disgusting while you're sitting there as this arrogant man who thinks you're entitled to have it like that when you're not. You ain't no better than me, and I am no better than you. And I told Donnie that right to his face. This was before I swung at him. I said, you ain't no better than me, and I'm no better than you. You want to throw punches? We can do this, because as hard as you can hit, I can give it back. But best believe, you better make sure I don't get back up. Because every time you knock me down, I'm coming. And I'm going to get back up until my last breath. Until I can't get back up, you are never going to keep me down. If I got to be the one man to be that tip of the sword to pierce through your skin and your heart, I'm going to be the one to do it.
Right. Um, can you tell us if so you did say Summer had wandered off before. Um,
Numerous times, numerous. This girl, she knew how to lock doors, unlock it. She always played hide and seek. I remember one video I was looking at with the refrigerator that was outside. That was her favorite hiding spot when she played hide and seek with the boys.
that
That was her go-to. And if not there, inside Grandis's camper, in the bathroom.
okay.
I remember this clearly.
Mm-hmm. To
So
to
it's not like something that I heard. I remember it. I used to be outside watching them running around, laughing, having the time of their life.
to put it on a lighter note for a moment, tell us about Summer. What was Summer like?
Oh my God. Summer reminded me a lot of my little girl. A lot. Like, just thinking about her, I just want to break down because, she doesn't know what's right and wrong. She's still in the process of learning how to speak properly, brush her teeth, keep herself clean, but she was alive. She alive. And I mean, us as adults, we could have learned from her. And I say that with conviction
Mm-hmm.
because that girl loved. She didn't care. She loved unconditionally and had this biggest, beautiful smile and this loud laugh that the minute she started laughing, you had no choice but to laugh. If you got hurt, she was the first one there. Oh, you got boo boo. And she would run in and grab a rag, throw water on it. Let me help you. That was Summer. That was her.
Mm-hmm.
Completely her. And it was the picture that you wound up showing me that she's laying there on the milk jugs. That is the nicest clothes I have ever seen on Summer. Because Summer
That's
was
the nicest
always
what?
playing nicest set of clothes
Nicest
she's
set of
ever
clothes.
owned. Because
Hmm.
Summer hated clothes. She hated to have a shirt on. She hated shoes on her feet. She will always be in just her pajama pants, running outside, full of mud and dirt, but she's being a normal child. What kid doesn't do that? You're 3, 4 years old at the time. Of course, children are going to do that,
Mm-hmm.
and that was her. So when I seen her in the outfit just laying there, that's typical Summer. She used to always pass out like that,
So
you know,
she
and
would fall asleep on milk
on
jugs.
anything that was there, whether it was milk or a bag. I remember a couple of times she would say, Jose, I want you to sit next to me. And I would sit next to her and she would put her head right on my shoulder, my arm and my shoulder, and conk right out, like literally knock out
Yeah.
because she was so tired.
I think last
That
night you said that she had fell asleep with her
on the tire.
yeah
I remember that one time
on a
too, in the back
tire.
of her grandmother's silver Silverado, where they were in the back, and Grandis had it very cleaned out. She was
When you
very
say the
safe
back,
around
you mean the bed of the
the
truck, but it had a
yes,
cardboard
the
on it.
flatbed. Exactly, it had
Or
the
not a
the
cardboard, but
cover.
the cover, yeah.
Yes, it did, and Grandis had it cleaned out very well, especially if Summer was there. She didn't want her granddaughter getting hurt at all whatsoever. So she will always have it cleaned out. And when they would go back there, it just wasn't Summer. The boys too, Waylon and Wyatt, they would hang out back there too. When Hunter used to come over and hang out, even he would hang out in the back of that truck and sometimes pass out with Summer, And Summer would just pass out anywhere. If she got tired enough, I told, like as we spoke before, I told you one time, she got so tired, she was on her knees. She was on her knees and she was laying on a chair and with her head and her arms crossed, and she literally fell asleep just like that,
Mm-hmm.
like conked out. And I'm looking at her like, Summer, baby, baby, and she was out cold. Like if you would have pushed her the right way, she just would have hit the floor. And I remember picking her up and bringing her to the bed and putting her down and putting her favorite blanket on top of her, and she would conk out for like a good 2, 3 hours. That girl had so much energy, it was amazing, you know.
Yeah. Um, let's see here. Did was there any other neighbors that would come to the house? Um,
No, it was pretty much isolated. Like in a way, I felt like they lived a double life. Like one way they would live this way, and then their other side would come out when no one else was around. And I think that they were just hiding things.
mhm,
And I think when they let me stay in that home, I was the monkey wrench that was thrown into that well-oiled machine, as you could say. Because Donnie had it a certain way until I was placed in there.
right,
And once I was placed in there, you could say I was that monkey wrench. I was destroying every gear possible because I kept showing the kids and them, you shouldn't live like this. This is the way it should be done. And when they were saying, oh my God, yeah, I've never seen a man cook. Like, who are you? And I'm like, what? I was like, you know how many of us are out here? Like, there
mhm,
are a lot of dads that do this. Like, I'm not the only one. And they're there all this time. I've known Donnie, or I've been with Donnie. He's never done anything like what you're doing. And I'm like, what? Like, are you serious? So it was a bombshell to me to know that he didn't cook, he didn't clean. When he came home, he had everyone else do the cooking and cleaning while he's sitting in the kitchen getting drunk. And that
wow.
was his style.
Um, did was there any neighbors around there that did any type of drugs?
There was a family down the hill from them that were meth addicts. They used to literally smoke meth on their front lawn, but I guess they didn't give a crap because they're in the sticks. Nobody ever went around, so I guess they felt they could do whatever they want. I remember one time going down there. They were having sex on the lawn, literally butt naked, and we're not talking like pants down. No, fully butt naked, no shoes, no clothes around, and they're just having sex on the front lawn, high as hell.
Wow.
And
Was
I'm looking at that like, what the hell is going on here? And I just turned around and walked right back up the path, back into where I was staying at.
was there ever any run-ins? Like, was there any?
Oh yes, Donnie had a run in with them one time. They were smoking meth, and the Summer and the boys were driving their four wheelers, and they just happened to be around that area, and Donnie was looking for them, and Donnie flipped on them. We're like, what the hell are you doing using these drugs out here? And he's like screaming at them, turning red and everything. And then come to find out, he's doing the same thing too. I didn't realize he was even into drugs until, Candace and her mom were telling me, him disappearing to Mexico, like for 2 weeks at a rip. We're not talking 1, 2, 3 days, 2 weeks. You on a drug binge? How much money are you making from this job that you can pick up from Tennessee and drive straight across the border and live there for 2 weeks and then come back like nothing ever happened and return back to work like he was never gone? It never really made sense to me at all.
So Don, he had went to Mexico,
Oh
allegedly?
yeah. Uh-huh. Oh yeah. That was something that, when they got into their drunk rage arguments, she would constantly throw in his face. You're always disappearing. How about the time you went to Mexico and we couldn't find you for 2 freaking weeks? Your sister had to go down there and drag your ass back home.
His sister?
Yeah, I believe it was Donnie's sister that went down there and found him and dragged his ass all the way back. Like, what the hell are you doing?
Wow. So Don's
Yeah.
sister, one of his sisters, allegedly went and got.
Yeah, that was what they were telling me. Telling me, and I've heard in Drunken Rage. When people, before they become full blown drunks, as the alcohol setting in, there is truth behind what drunk people say.
Sure.
Because it's like a truth serum. So
Mm-hmm.
as she is letting it out, she is in tears, like she's reliving that experience every time she mentioned it, because she would break down and in tears drop to her knees, like all her life force is being drained out of her just talking about that one time. And when she spoke about him cheating, on her while she's downstairs, that would be another memory that would drain her emotionally, physically. Like, to be around these people and looking at myself, I knew what she was going through with that torment, with those memories just sitting there and no way for you to vent it to someone who actually gives a fuck,
Right.
And here I come, and this is not one, two, three conversations. This is multiple conversations over the time I'm there with her in the kitchen, and she is in tears, releasing it to me, and I would cry with her, and I would share personal stories with her about me, just to let her know, hey girl, you're not alone. You are not alone in this world at all. I feel that pain. I know that suffering. I'm here for you. Yeah, I wasn't there for her, like sexually, but as emotional support, I was there. Like, don't worry about it, girl. We got this. I'm going to help you as best as I can. Yeah, I'll show you certain things that you can do to help, you cope with things. But, years of torment from what this man has done to her has literally broken her mind.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Um, was there any other instances that you had saw Don hit the kids, throw things at the kids, scream at anything like that, any type of
Oh, he
physical?
was he was always doing that. Always, always, and always constantly threatening them with the belt. Always. This brown leather belt that had roses on it and horses on it. I would never forget that belt ever, because that belt was at least a quarter inch thick, 100% leather. It had this brass buckle on it that almost looked like a cowboy buckle, but it had the little tube for you to slide into the hole. And I only remember that belt because um, Waylon and Wyatt got into a fight over a cupcake, and he got in between them and he whipped the belt out and he slapped it on the table. And he slapped it so hard that the belt mark put an indentation on that table. Like it, and that's when I knew, oh my God, like, are you really gonna hit them? And I started to get nervous because when I grew up, I was beat with belts and things like that.
Yeah.
So that's like traumatizing me. And my first initial thought was, if he swings this belt at one of these kids, I'm lunging at him.
Yeah.
I don't care. I am lunging at this man. But he would never do that. I've never seen him do that. But as far as putting hand to butt, oh yeah, I have seen him slap Wyatt. I have seen him throw Waylon once. Summer was the only one who never got like physically threatened in that sense. until that one time that I seen Donnie actually pull her pants down coming up the driveway, spanking her ass. You don't do that. You could disappear. I don't want you leaving the house. So, when I saw the video that he's like, oh, well, I don't know, but she's intelligent. She might be able to open the door. I'm saying to myself, you effing liar. Do you know how many times this girl can open that door with ease? And this isn't something that's rocket scientist. This girl would be up before everyone in the house. And when we were getting up, well, at the time I was working, but before I started working, there was a time where I got up. It was 7:15, maybe 7:30 in the morning. I come up the stairs to go use the bathroom, and the front door is wide open. And then when I go and I look through the window, summer's on the swing, and everybody's sleeping in the house.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
I know personally the doors were locked, because I was one that before I would go to sleep, I would check the doors, to make sure everyone was safe, because three women in the house, well, two women, a little girl, and two boys, and I'm the only male there, and I'm in a new area. I don't know anybody, and where I grew up at, your ears are perking and your eyes are open, like, you really don't fully trust the area that you're in because you don't know it. And I will always check the doors to make sure no one could break in or push the doors at all. But
mm-hmm.
7:30 in the morning, and this 3-year-old is outside on the swing, and everyone is out cold.
Did you
And
ever
nobody
see
knows.
Candace
Oh,
hit the kids?
yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay.
But that's when they got out of line with her. It wasn't
Right.
like she always beat them. No. If
Not like
there were
Don.
times where, yeah, no, there were times where the boys would definitely test her patience.
Right.
Like you could tell, yeah, let's see how far we could push mommy.
Mm-hmm.
And most kids, they do that. They always do
Sure.
that. They test the waters,
Yes.
but they would constantly do that to her, and she would hold back and hold back and hold back. And I guess from her holding it so much, and then there'll be those instances where she finally just loses it, and she either slapped them or like grab them by the arm or pinch their ear, things like that. But as far as like really being brutal with them, no.
Mm-hmm. Now, Jose, you had really no, I mean, FBI, you have talked to FBI and everything, but you had no idea all of this stuff was on YouTube till last night, correct?
Correct. I stood up the whole night, shaking, hair standing up, in tears, with regret, a heavy heart, because even when I was there, I feel as a father, I'm disgraced with myself because I couldn't do that with my own children. And I'm disgusted with my actions that I should have just fucking picked up the phone. Yo, this is going on. These kids are living like this, drugs, alcohol, and instead I turned a blind eye, and it's not till I got my mental health back that I started to realize, a famous saying, evil will always prevail when good men stand by and do nothing. And that statement is so true and hits home so hard because I was there. I was the person that literally defended them. I washed your clothes. I fed you. I made sure you were in bed, safe, sound, loved, comforted. I did whatever it took to make them know everything's going to be all right, and I had the chance to do something. And in that phase of me going through my mental issues, I was a coward,
No, no,
and
don't, please
that's
don't
how
say
I
that
look at
because
myself.
no, you had to,
I was a coward.
no, you wasn't a coward. You have to take care of your mental health too. I mean, you were going through a divorce as well. I mean, it's not like you really wanted to stay with Candace and Don. I mean, the house wasn't available. That was the only place you could go at that point, really.
Yes.
And so, What was I going
But
to?
yeah, after looking at the video, and I am going through it and going through it and looking at the interviews, and then I hear other people talking about the way she's behaving now, that is so long that, Summer's been gone. And as I'm looking at these videos, I'm appalled, like literally disgusted by her actions. I'm saying to myself, where's the Candace I know? That is not the woman I know, that I remember
So you mean
at all.
the woman
That is not the,
that you're
yeah,
viewing
the
now
woman.
is not the Candace that you know?
Exactly. That is not the Candace I know. It's
Okay.
not. That is definitely not the same woman I remember.
So, I told you, I see you and I told you last night about uh, how she went, how Grandis went to the s- the hospital. Dawn went to work. I told you all of that. They got back home. That I told you where all they went. I gave you the full story. Everybody in here pretty much knows it. The full story. Uh, they planted flowers, and Grandis and Candace was over at Grandis's fixing her knee brace. Candace said Summer wanted to go inside. Candace said she walked Summer from the little camper to the house, which is very
That's a
close.
lie. She didn't have, no, never that. There's enough times I've seen Summer go right to grandma's camper alone, unattended, without an adult, while Candace is in the kitchen and, drinking away.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you told me last
So
night. You said,
when I heard that, I was like, "Oh my God, what a bullshit lie! Like you are straight lie. Like what's wrong with you, Candace? Like really, what's going on in your mind? Why you keep defending this man and lying about you walking her over? No, you don't. You would literally tell her to go in the house. You know how to open the door. That's how she would talk to Summer because she knew how to open and close the door.
yeah.
It wasn't like a guess. I knew this for a fact. I've seen her do it with my own eyes.
Hmm.
The girl is intelligent. She's very, very smart. But
Hmm.
she knew how to get in and out of that house. And I always tell people, if she didn't know how to get in and out of that house, why the hell was that sofa in front of that bottom door?
That's a good way to look at it. Yeah.
And then I remember us also having the conversation when you said, oh, they got tint over the window. They never had tints over that window, ever. You could walk up the driveway and literally see right through the windows, clear as day.
Okay. Um. So Candace says that she walked Summer over, that she told the boys to keep an eye on their sister. She said she saw Candace walking through the kitchen, and she said she goes over to Grandis's. She's there for about 2 minutes, and then she comes back over, and Candace says, "Boys, where's your sister?" And they said, "Oh, Mom, she went downstairs to play." Candace said she went downstairs and she couldn't find Summer, and that she immediately freaked out and started screaming, um, and she was just, quote, gone, end quote. So,
Did anybody ask her if that cellar door was open? Was the couch there? Because that would have been my question.
yeah.
Was the couch still in front of the door?
Do you think
Because
it's,
when Donnie got there, I remember Donnie shifting the couch over because he was bringing wood into the house to keep the house warm
mhm.
because they had a wood stove in the basement, and that's how they would heat up the house.
Do you
And
think it's possible that somebody could come up that hill, take the child, knowing exactly where she is and that there's adults around and kids around, and that the boys had been there allegedly all day by themselves?
oh hell no! With all them dogs they had there, are you crazy? Them dogs would chew you up if they didn't know who you were.
Yeah, they
They
would.
even came after me the first time I ever came out of the truck. That
Yeah.
Candace and her mother had to yell at the dogs, like, don't come after me.
Right.
Because them dogs are vicious. And I mean that. If you're a stranger, them dogs are going to come chew your ass up. Like, there's no question. And what also is real puzzling to me is you can't come up that driveway without nobody knowing you coming up.
Right.
You got to know.
Well,
Because where the house sits at, it's next to basically a cliff on the other side.
mm-hmm.
If you step the wrong way, you're literally falling a good 50, 60 feet down.
Yeah.
Right into the street, to the road that's there.
Hey, I want to make something clear in chat here. The dogs that are there now they're just puppies. They got rid of the rest of the dogs that was there. They were just puppies whenever we were at the house. So the person who said that, hey Kelly, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay.
But you know, I mean, even if someone was, say for instance, laying in wait up at that house, right? Someone was all in the house or something.
Known. They would have known where Grandis's camper is at. She has basically what I call a bird's eye view of the entire property, a full 360, because she had windows that faced the house. She had another window that could see to the left and to the right, and then the back window that was where the kitchen station part was to that camper was the cliff, and she could see the whole 180 from there too. She had the bird's eye view. If anyone came up that hill, whether they're puppies or not, when people approach puppies, they get excited. Right. You know, they start running around. You know, they may not bark like with anger, but they're gonna make some kind of noise.
Yeah, well, they're gonna at least go toward you and want to, you know, pet you or something. You know.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But Grandis's camper was the bird's eye view of everything. Another picture I saw from watching a news clip, when they showed it from above the land property, there's a blue truck that's there. It looks like a Ford. I believe it was a Ford. It had no tires or anything on it. That truck was never where it was in that picture. It was literally to the opposite side of it, and it was next to a shed where there was a copperhead there that we couldn't even catch. We had to call animal control to try to catch the copperhead, and it eluded everyone. You know, once in a while we would see it and go try to grab a shovel or something just to try to kill it, and it would get away. You know, they lost 2 cats that way from that snake biting it.
And oh, really?
Find the cat. Yeah.
Oh, could you tell? Could you, guys? I want to give you guys a trigger warning on this. By the way, could you tell the time with the hunter in Summer and the cat with Dawn?
Oh yes. So there was a time where Hunter had gotten Summer a little cat. It was a beautiful kitten, white and gray. And I remember where Hunter had brought it, you know, everyone was freaking out, you know, because it looked so cute. And Summer loved it. Summer would carry that baby kitten everywhere. If she went to bed, if she went to the bathroom, once she tried to take the kitten with her to, you know, get wet in the sink. And I remember the kitten jumping down and running away. So when Donnie had came back, he didn't want the cat in the house. He was irate. And he got so upset and he yelled at Summer, I told you I don't want the fucking cat in the house. And he grabbed the kitten, opened the door, and literally threw the kitten in between the dogs, and the dogs shredded that kitten to bits. Right in front of Summer. She was screaming, crying, and everything. But that's what Don did. And he was like, now you fucking learn what I say. What goes in this house is my way, and you got to listen one way or another. And I'm not getting you another fucking kitten. That's exactly what he told Summer. And she cried. I mean, she cried to sleep. That's how hurt she was. That was her baby. a baby who had a baby, you could say, that
Hmm.
was her baby. That was her child.
Like I'm
She
literally
made sure,
shaking right now.
she took care of that kitten. She fed the kitten, always was with the kitten constantly. It
Mhm.
wasn't like she just played with it for like an hour and then shoo, go away. No, the kitten was always with her. If she sat down, watched TV, the kitten's on her lap. Or if not on her lap, like right next.
Did you and Don get into it over that?
Oh yeah, I was asking him what the hell he was doing, that why he did that, and he basically said, "I'm the dad, and you don't tell me how to raise my children." Is
Yes.
basically how he said.
So
And
for
it was
peace,
bad.
pugs,
You
and
know,
understanding, there's your answer.
that's
Um,
the type of man he was. You don't tell me how to raise my own children, but yet what you just did traumatized her. That could be something she'll never forget for the rest of her life. Children remember things not clearly, but vividly. Those
mhm.
memories don't go away.
Yes, absolutely.
Especially if you become emotionally attached to the animal. And I believe that the kitten was her support animal.
Hmm.
It gave her emotional support
Yeah.
and comfort, you could say. And he basically took it away from her.
Can you tell us about the let's see here. Where I see, do you have any questions before? I see you.
Um, well, that girl just asked a good question about their health care. Did um how was their health care? I'm trying to
You know anything about their health care?
Well, basically, as far as I know, when they had appointments, Candace did take them. It wasn't like she avoided it. No, she actually did take them to their appointments and kept them up with their immunizations. She was doing what she got to do, even though it was chaotic in there. She was basically trying to do the best that she can. But in my eyes, it's hard for a woman to do that when you're emotionally broken. you
Hmm.
know and it's something it took me a few years to realize, when I was going through the divorce. It hurt people you know
Hmm.
and it never really sank in until I was going through what I was going through, and then I witnessed all of that going through, and it was a wrecking ball to make me realize, holy crap, that line is so true.
Yes.
People who are hurt, they hurt people. They don't intentionally do it.
Hmm.
But if that's all you know,
Hmm.
how can you show love if all you know is hurt? You
Yes.
know?
So we know that allegedly Don had went to Mexico on drug
hmm
runs, right?
hmm
Allegedly.
There was another time he disappeared for 2 weeks, and he went to a drug house that was in the neighboring town.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, I want to get to that,
Yeah.
but
Candace actually found him and drug him out of the house and dragged him all the way back home.
so
And he was strung out.
in the neighboring town, uh
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was Kingsport or the other town,
okay, so
on the opposite end.
Don was in a drug house.
Yes, correct.
Um
He took all the money he got paid for, never came home to get food or anything like that, and he was gone for about 2 weeks and blew all the money in a drug house using drugs.
okay. So he do you know so he took all the money.
Yeah,
Candace didn't
he
she
worked
didn't have
and she didn't have nothing. She basically, at that time, uh, Candace was friends with Allie, and believe it or not, that woman Allie has a heart of gold. Like, she really does.
Mhm.
Like, that's a tough woman right there. Strong, powerful, tough woman. And that woman would take her little bit of money to make sure that them children ate properly,
Mhm.
you know. And I remember that time because she literally, Grandis literally jumped in the Silverado, went down to Kingsport, picked up Allie, and Allie said, "Let's go to Walmart." And
Yeah,
she went to Walmart, and literally she must have spent almost $300 on just food. And we're not talking dollar foods, we're talking real food
meals.
for the children,
Right.
you
Stuff to
know,
make
and
meals
brought
out
it
of.
back. Oh yeah, absolute bottled waters. You know, I remember because it was me, Hunter, Allie, Candace, and we had Wyatt and Wayland with us at the time too. And we were all unloading the back of that cab of that truck, bringing the food inside and everything. Like she even bought dog food for the dogs. You know, like she didn't have to do that. You know,
Um,
and that's the type of woman Ali is. Like, if you treat her right, treat her kind with respect,
mhm.
that woman will give you the world.
Can you
And she loves Summer
yes.
so much.
Can you tell us or can you tell the audience rather how you said just so they can get a picture of the interior of that house
Okay.
when they were feeding the dogs with that dog food, remember you was telling me last
Oh
night.
yes. They it would be the boys mainly that would do it. Wyatt or Whalen. These are 50-pound bags of dog food that would be right next to the refrigerator. And I remember Donnie telling them, feed the dogs, they're hungry. And I remember Wyatt went to grab the scooper and went to scoop, you know, the dog food, and his arm was just covered in roaches, you know? And he just walked like nothing, like it was a normal day, and just threw the food all over the front. And the dogs are there barking, screaming at each other, eating the food, and roaches are scattering all over the place. And it was always 2 scoops of dog food once a day. That's the dogs only ate once a day, you know, and they were lucky if they got a bowl full of water, because if they filled the bowls with water and they knocked it over, they wouldn't refill them, you know.
Wow.
Hmm.
um so did you ever date Allie or have any type of romantic relationship with her?
No, I did. We got drunk one time and got it on. Yeah,
Okay.
we
Okay.
did. But as a relationship wise, no.
Okay. But it was just like one time.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay.
But as a relationship, no. She knew I didn't want a relationship. She knew what I was going through. They all did.
Right.
They all did. You know, I literally broke down to them and told them everything that was happening with me. So they all knew. But as far as a relationship type, no.
Mhm.
But yeah, we had sexual encounter, of course. I'm not going to lie about it. I
Okay.
won't.
Right. Can you tell me if when is the last time someone asked, when is the last time you spoke with Andrew Hiltz, Hunter's dad?
3 years ago.
So you haven't spoken with him at all.
Hmm. At all. The last time I spoke to him was 2 months before I had left the Wells property. After that, I literally went off grid. I shut down my Facebook. I shut down my Instagram. I threw away my old phone. And I just went off grid. No one could find me, not even my own family, my brother, my uncles, my cousins, you know, none of them were
Yes,
able to
I
find
know.
me at all.
Trust me, I know.
You know, so it was something I personally had to do because I feel if I didn't take that break, I felt that, you know, my mental health wasn't going to get any better.
Mhm.
And I wasn't going to, you know, stand up from the ashes again, as you could say.
Okay.
Because, you know,
So this
constantly being beat and getting back up after a while, it takes a toll. And then when you're on the ground, you're like, why should I keep getting back up? I'm only going to get beat back down, you
Mhm.
know? And that was my fight within myself
Right.
until I finally, you know, seek therapy and started to really fight for myself. Because, you know, in my life, I always fought for others and did for others. And, getting myself together, I would look in the mirror and I would say, damn, Jose, when the hell are you going to do something for yourself? When are you going to fix you? When are you going to be okay with yourself? You know, in order for you to love others, you have to love yourself. And at that time, I didn't. I didn't love myself. I hated myself, and it was hard. It's not an easy road. It's a constant battle every day. But every day I open my eyes. I thank God I'm awake. I thank God He woke me up. I look in the mirror and I say, today's going to be a great day. And I always try to think of it as a positive way. I don't care if I'm hurt, homeless, I'm not working. No matter what, my day has to start positive. Because if you wake up with a negative feeling and a negative thought, that's the way your day is going to be. And it's something I learned through therapy. No matter how hard, just think of the good side.
Yes.
You're alive. You're healthy.
Well,
you're walking. You're breathing.
Well, I just want to tell you, Jose, I'm extremely proud of how far you've come. We've talked privately about what you're doing now and the strides you're making, and kudos to you because you can turn your life around. It is never, ever too late. If you have breath, you have purpose, and that's just the way it is.
I would tell to your listeners, there's something that most people really don't understand or realize about ourselves is if you don't believe in yourself, no one else will. If you don't stand up and say, I'm worth something because God made me. And if God made me, I have purpose.
Amen.
I'm not a mistake. And as long as you think like that, doors open, windows open, floodgates open, you would see everything in your life will start to change.
Yes.
You just got to believe in it.
Yes. So Andrew actually has a YouTube channel. I was in there this morning. He doesn't really I don't think he gets on YouTube that much, but maybe he does. I don't know. But he said, and he has said before, that he has been in constant contact with you, and that this morning he said that he had your phone number and he pretended like he was calling you, and the phone did ring. I don't know who it was calling, but would he have your phone number at this time?
Absolutely not. He don't even know where I'm at. If he knew where I was at, he would be scared. I put it to you like that. If he knew where I was at the moment, he would be trembling.
Why?
He would be.
Why?
And that's how I know for a fact. He don't have my number. I don't even have. When I contacted y'all through Facebook, I just created that Facebook page. Reconnect that with my family. Try to build the bridges that I literally destroyed myself. Because there's only one person to blame, and that's me. Even though I was going through the emotional wreck I was going through, the fault lies within me. And I take full blame. I'm disgusted with the way I left things with my own children. I'm disgusted with my actions. I'm not proud of it. I'm ashamed of it. And if they do hear this, I am very sorry. Your father's not the same. I'm definitely a very, very different person from what I used to be. I realized my mistakes. I've working hard to correct them, and I apologize. I'm always praying for y'all. I love you very much, but none of us are perfect. We all go through it. Some are stronger than others. Some are not.
Absolutely.
And
there's no such thing as perfect. We all fail. We all fail.
Exactly. Without failure, you will never know what success really is.
That's true. That's very true.
You don't. You have to fail in order to know what it's like to win. Without failure, you'll never succeed. Ever.
Yes. So why would Andrew I mean, why would he be scared or afraid to what's going on there?
He's a manipulator and a liar. He really is.
Okay.
And I could tell you that from personally knowing he's actually a pretty good guy. If you get down to the meat and potatoes, he's really a good guy.
Mm-hmm.
It's just his ways are just bad.
Mm-hmm.
He's just set in his own ways. And for him to come out and say, "Oh yeah, I know where Jose is. I try to call him. I say on your channel to your audience, I call this bullshit. I really
Okay.
do. I call this bullshit. And I know he don't have my number at all. Because you have my number and just my area code alone, I am nowhere near New York.
Right.
Nowhere near.
Right.
So there's no way that you have my number at all. And I challenge him, if he is watching or listening,
He is.
I challenge. I'm good. Call me right now. Call me. Why don't you call who I'm talking to on the live stream right now? And I will personally give you permission for you to say my number on this live stream right now. And I guarantee it's not the phone number than what I'm talking to you with.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to have my old phone number that I haven't had for years.
Yeah.
That phone is long destroyed. And I'll leave you a little secret. That phone is in the bottom of the ocean, 3,000 miles away.
Okay. Don't give the location. Just don't.
Yeah, I understand, but that's an actual fact there. So
Right.
I don't know who he's calling because he's not calling me at all whatsoever. You're a liar, and I'm calling you on it. I will be in front of your face and call you a liar. He knows I'm not going to back down from him at all whatsoever. So you can say whatever you want to whoever is on your YouTube channel and everything. You have no contact with me, Andrew, at all. You need to stop lying and be a man and be like, no, I haven't spoken to him. I don't know where he is. No, just tell the truth because that is the truth.
Mm-hmm.
We do not speak. I haven't spoken to him in years, and he's supposedly supposed to be my friend. So for him to be turning around lying on me like that with friends like that, who needs enemies?
Yes.
And that's how I'm feeling about it, and he shouldn't be a liar. He should actually speak the truth because he doesn't talk to me at all whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't heard his voice in years.
Okay. So last night, after we got off the phone, we were texting.
Yeah.
And guys, this is a trigger warning. And everything that we say in this is
It's loaded.
It's alleged, but he's telling what his truth is. What did you say? I did not ask you this question yet. I did not ask you, but you actually answered it for me, and I said, "Oh my God!" Trigger warning to the audience.
So we talk about Hunter and Candace, huh?
Yes.
Okay, so basically one night we were drinking and they got drunk and Hunter and her admitted that Hunter lost his virginity to Candace in that house.
There you go,
Yeah,
guys.
but supposedly it only happened one time and it never happened again. And they basically said don't say nothing because they didn't want Allie to know anything. Because as far as I know Allie, I think she would have literally hurt that woman if she would have knew the truth. I really do. Because Allie is definitely a mama bear, 100%. There's no question in my mind. That woman would have lost it. And I'm pretty sure if she's hearing this, she's losing it right now. Losing it. But I'm pretty sure in her heart, she knows I had a funny feeling. But I'm pretty sure she's losing it because I'll confirm it from the door. That did happen, between them that one time. And then it made sense of the watering hole, why he was always going there with her, and I'm not thinking of it as they were having sexual encounters. I'm thinking of it as you're giving alcohol and tobacco to a minor,
So
you know.
you had told me this. We
Yeah,
talked
she used
about
to
it.
give liquor and cigarettes to Hunter.
Well, the
And I
day
remember
that
one time that Allie found out, she lost it. Are you trying to fucking get my son taken away from me? You know my past. What the fuck are you doing? Don't be doing that ever again. And supposedly she never did it again. But then after looking at the interview, that all of them are sitting there talking with Chris, Hunter admits that she bought him a twisted tea and a vape.
mhm.
Uh, And there you are. I thought you stopped. I thought you listened to Allie. I thought Allie was your friend and you respected her and was not giving her son that anymore. And instead, you're basically intoxicating this child.
Mhm.
You're corrupting him. He's still learning.
Yes. Thank you, Sarah Smiles. So there you have it, people. I actually did not ask Jose this last night.
No, I actually came out and told you.
Yeah,
But
and
actually, the remark I said, if people knew what I knew, I would rock the world.
yes.
Those are my words before I told you
Yes,
about
and then
Candace
you
and
told me.
Hunter.
Yes, and then you told
That's
me
right.
about Candace and
Absolutely.
Hunter having a
Hmm.
you know what relationship, and then
Hmm.
I about passed out. I
No.
like in our hearts we already uh I feel like a lot of us suspected that because it was
Hmm.
just and one of our theories is that Hunter did admit that Summer went underwater. He did
Okay.
admit that, but he said he didn't know how long she went underwater, and he said he ran in the water, he pulled her up, and he said that Summer just laughed and giggled. Um,
Hmm.
but what were Candace and Hunter doing together down at the river while just Summer and conveniently none of the boys were there?
Hmm. And that should raise suspicion,
Yeah.
a lot of suspicion right there, because one thing I do know is the boys love going to that watering hole too. They love to go swimming.
Mhm.
You know, they love to fish. These are outdoor boys. These
Well,
are not house kids.
another thing
Why
is
wouldn't she take the boys?
you don't know this, but they maybe you do, but I didn't tell you this lesson. They also said they went fishing down there that day, but they didn't bring any fishing poles, and it's hard to go fishing without fishing
With
poles.
no fish. Correct. You're absolutely right. And I know that Grandis, when she used to go down there in her truck, she had fishing poles and the tackle box in the back
Right,
of that cab every time they went to the fishing hole.
right.
Hmm.
Um, uh,
Personally, for me, whatever. I understand Candace has been through a lot and is going through things a lot, but personally, her actions, you should be in jail. You should be in jail because Allie trusted you with her son,
mhm,
completely opened her world to you, and entrusted you with her child.
mhm,
And knowing what Allie has been through in her life, with her other children,
mhm,
you went behind her back and violated that trust.
mhm.
You
Did
violated Allie. You went behind her and you assumed your position that you are the more dominant mother than the mother who bore Hunter. And you're not. She trusted you and you violated her. You
mhm,
should have respected her and been like, okay, whatever. I'm going to let it be. I'm not going to do it anymore. But instead, you persuade him to to follow you instead of his own mom. And I believe that that's the mental breakdown that Hunter is going through, because Hunter is not one that he's just gonna follow. He's a street smart kid. He
Yeah.
ain't stupid, you know. But it's kind of hard when, to keep your mind in that set when you already had sexual relations with this woman. You know, it that plays a big factor
Well,
in it.
I mean,
Of
to
persuasion.
be an underage.
Yes, absolutely, and that's what I feel. That she should be in jail.
Well,
You
hell yes, she should
literally
be in jail if she did
violated
that.
Allie's trust in so many ways. You violated her in so many ways. Like you didn't destroy one life. You destroyed multiple lives with that one action that you did.
Yes.
And it's like a domino effect,
Mm-hmm.
because once that comes to light, more questions start to pop up. Well, if she's able to do this, what about this?
Absolutely.
And what about that? More questions start to come from
Mm-hmm.
that one incident right there.
Yes.
And it makes you wonder, if they say it's only one time, and I'm telling you from my thought perspective, if it only happened one time, I believe it happened more than once. I believe it was something hidden very well between everyone. Between them two, they kept it under wraps.
Could you mention something about the step sibling as well?
Oh yes. I remember another time we were at the kitchen table and they were talking about the time that Allie's daughter was there, and I believe it was Candace's stepson or son. They were having sex downstairs, and the kids were watching it through a hole in the wall. It was. I'm looking at them like, what the hell? Like, what's going on here? Like, what's really going on in this house? Because that's really a dirty secret. Like real dirty.
Yes.
Like the kids actually saw this, and you just laugh about it while you're drinking. That's not cool. And the boys, if their mental health is starting to get any back on track and back focused, a therapist can ask them about that, and they'll admit it. They will tell you.
Oh, I mean,
because I remember, because the boys had told me, Wyatt and Whaling, they had told me, yeah, we were looking through the hole in the wall. And I'm like, what hole in the wall? And they actually walked me and they showed me the hole in the wall. We were seeing them through here, and they were describing, I'm not even going to say it on live air, but they were describing what they were doing. And for children that young to describe that graphically, there's only one way you're going to describe it like that, is if you've seen it with your own eyes.
That's right. You're exactly right.
Mm-hmm.
Kids are, they're a lot smarter than we.
Speaking truth, that we give them. That's right.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I see you.
Yes.
Any questions?
I don't think so.
Let's see here. So
yes, we do have a few from the chat.
Yeah, we do have some from the chat.
Absolutely.
Guys, load some questions if you have some. I'll try to.
Well, yes. Okay, I've wrote some down.
Okay, he has talked to the FBI. Yes.
Yes, I
have. Okay. Can you hear me, Jose?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Have you ever met someone named Brad Wilshon?
Wilshon.
No, I have not.
Okay.
What about somebody named Ernie Shell?
No, I have not.
Benny Keys?
No.
Or someone named Paul?
No.
Okay. Did Dawn have to give permission for Candace, like if Summer had got hurt or something, would Candace normally call Dawn and ask for permission to seek medical care for her?
No, not that I know of.
Let me okay, I see you. Hold on one second. I just literally forgot about this. I can't believe it's a huge thing in the interview. Did this was a shocker for me last night. Did Dawn ever did what I told you Dawn took the Subaru that morning to work, right? You said you thought he had done it like maybe 1 or 2 times, right?
Okay.
Is that correct what you said? What you was
What
talking?
with the Subaru?
Yeah, with the Subaru. Yes.
The Subaru he bought that after I was already gone.
Oh, okay.
And
Okay.
and how ironic that he buys that car about a couple of weeks after she rescinded that order of protection.
Yes.
And it makes me wonder, did he buy her off, or what?
Yeah.
Because Candace didn't have a reliable vehicle. It was
Mhm.
Grandis who used to take her everywhere in the Silverado.
Yes.
So when I seen that new vehicle, I'm like, what the hell? Like, where's she getting a new car from?
So,
I thought Donnie's not there, and she was, basically having it rough. Where'd all this money come from? Where'd that car come from?
exactly. It sounded like to me it came from Mexico. But
God knows.
in my opinion, did last night I was talking to Jose and I was asking him, I said, Jose, did Don ever drive any other, did he ever drive any other truck other than his work truck? I said, because there was a little truck found, or there was allegedly a little truck uh around the bouts when Summer went missing. Go ahead and tell him what you told me, Jose.
Oh yeah, that was a truck that he would use once in a while when he had to go long distances. It had a ladder rack on it. But those were like the long distance trips, like it would take them an hour or two just to get there. And it wasn't something that was an everyday job. It was like a call up. I need you to go here and do this real quick and then come back. And he wouldn't drive the white pickup truck. He drove that red one.
He drove a little red truck.
A little red pickup truck. And it had a ladder on it. And I remember one time they had a ladder on it that I argued with him because he didn't have the one end tied down to the nose and he never had the orange tag on the back of it so that another vehicle behind it knew how far back that ladder was. God forbid another car would have came up and braked too late. That ladder would have hit the windshield. You understand?
Yeah.
So I told them, yo, you got to put something orange, something that's bright on that so that they know, hey, this is where the ladder ends,
Mm-hmm.
And that's how I remember that truck.
Yeah.
I've only seen it like maybe 2-3 times, but it wasn't often. That was a very rare thing.
Yes. That was for, you said, only when he would go like really long distances.
Yes, when it took over an hour for him to get there. Yes.
Yes. So, we was thinking that it was probably, it wasn't Don's truck.
No, I don't believe it was his truck.
Yeah.
I think it was maybe the truck from his boss or something he borrowed from someone that he could use right away and then bring back.
Right. So and yeah. In my opinion, are you there, Jose? Jose?
Excuse me?
Okay, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I thought I lost you. last night. Okay. Jose, what about the shaved heads?
Excuse me?
What about the shaved heads? Like the kids
Well,
shaving their heads?
I believe they had lice, and that's why their hair was off because I've seen lice in their head, and I was like, get eggs, get mayonnaise. I know what to do to take them out because personally, I went through that, so I knew what to do to get rid of them, and they were like, no, shave it off, and that's exactly what they did with the boys. And I wound up cutting their hairs and just yep, gone. Goodbye.
Whose hair did you cut?
Wayland and Wyatt.
Okay.
And those are the boys, yeah.
Okay.
And at that time, Josie, he was fine because he was with his dad. So
He was in
he didn't.
Utah.
Yeah, he was in Utah, so he didn't have none of that. But the boys did, and so did Summer.
Mm-hmm.
Summer had it too, and I was really worried, and we would try to take care of it, but with the way the living conditions was in that house, as from personal experience, when lice is involved, you have to wash clothes, you have to throw out mattresses, everything because they attract to cloth.
How long was you there after Dawn came? After Dawn got there?
About a month.
About a month. Okay, perfect. Mm-hmm. Okay, that clears up a lot as well.
Oh yeah.
Because the way we were made to understand it was just basically like right when you got there, or just a few days after.
Oh no.
Okay. Let's see here. Go ahead. I see you. Anything?
I can't think of anything we haven't really covered so far.
Thank you for this. Did Jose see or hear anything improper between Summer and Dawn? Thank you, Justin. I see you and Jose for such an eye-opening, informative interview.
Well, personally, no. My altercation with him was when he actually had Summer in the shower, and I lost it. That's personally when I was thinking of my daughter, and I'm a father. And no, I don't think so. And I lost it, and I made Summer get out of the shower. And he's like, "What the hell are you doing? That's my daughter. I don't give a shit who it is. Well, you ain't going to take a bath with her. She could take a bath alone. Matter of fact, Mom, Candace," and I called her. She's like, "What? You take a bath with her. She ain't supposed to be in that shower with him. That's your job, not his." And that's when I was explaining to them. I said, a woman can teach a girl how to be a woman because they have the same body parts, same functions, just as a man can teach a boy to be a man. He has the same body functions. So I accept that. If a father was to take a bath with his son, that's cool. You know what I mean? As long as there's limits there. But to have a father to take a bath with his daughter, no, you sick. Something's wrong in your head.
Yes.
That's inappropriate. That should not be allowed, and that's disgusting.
Absolutely. I see you. Could you talk to Jose for 1 minute? I need to go visit the little boy's room.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
Jose, do you know, was CPS involved when you lived there?
Excuse me?
Did CPS, Child Protective Services, ever go to the house when you were there?
No, but I know they did go just before I went there. I believe it was about 2-3 weeks before because they were telling me about it.
Okay.
It said she locked the doors and she never answered.
Oh, really? So she refused to talk to them and just ignored them?
Basically, yes.
Wow.
Exactly
Okay.
right.
Another question.
People talk.
Go ahead, sir.
I said that it's amazing because alcohol makes you talk. It really does. And a lot of the things that came out her mouth I would think about it now, back then it's unbelievable, but now that I see everything unfolding the way it's coming out right now, I wouldn't put it past it now. A lot of the things probably did happen the way she's was saying it, and just seeing her break down in tears of certain memories that she has of the experiences going through with Dawn. That woman's an emotional wreck. That man tormented her. Basically, he emotionally tortured her, made her believe she's no one. Like basically, you're beneath me. I am your master, and you will do what I say. And that's what he molded her to be like. And that's why I said that she's really she's afraid. I know she is. You're afraid to speak out because this man has you believing that you don't have a voice when your voice is the most powerful one right now. Your voice can stop all the nightmares, like literally put it to a halt.
Right.
And instead, you choose to remain silent and allow him to continue to have this power, even from prison. This man's in prison. And for you to still be silent should show the amount of power and grip that man has over her. And it's really sad.
Well, Candace and Grandis just started talking the moment Dawn went to jail. They would never speak.
Exactly, because they fear that man. They fear him. And as a man, he's nothing. He really is. He's nothing. He isn't. To me, you're lower than scum. You're lower than dirt has more value than you right now. And that's how I believe. You ruled them with an iron fist for many years, and you still think that you have this power when in fact your power's gone. Because guess what? You can't go outside and enjoy fresh air no more. You can't have a beer. You can't sniff coke. You can't smoke your meth. You can't tell someone clean up the house, cook me food anymore. All your power is gone. Your power is in the corrections hands. Now you have to ask when to piss. When can you eat? You have to wait for them now to be fed. It's no longer when you want it. Now someone controls you. And guess what? You don't like it. And that's why he reaches out to everyone and try to manipulate everyone to play the victim card when in fact you're the predator. The hunter has now become the hunted, and he's not used to that. He really isn't. He's used to being the hunter, and now he has become the prey.
Yeah. In your opinion, Jose, what do you think could have happened to Summer? I actually haven't asked you that directly.
Honestly, I don't really want to even think about it, but for them to say she was abducted, I don't believe that at all. 100% in my heart, no. I honestly believe something happened in the house, and Summer got very hurt, and I believe that she passed, and they threw her in the car, and they took her somewhere so no one can find her again, and they're trying to blame it on someone else. That's honestly what I believe. I believe an accident happened in that home. Something real bad happened. And, I only say this because of the living conditions that they were in. Accidents everywhere. If you trip or fall, you might hit a nail, or hit the table. There were jagged edges, from the bar table that they supposedly built above the stairs. When you went down those stairs, there were nails exposed on the 2x4. She could have went down the stairs and, God forbid, hit a nail and then fell down the stairs and broke her neck or something, you know? And they freaked out and they're, what the hell are we going to do? And, you know, anything, you know? But I don't believe someone just walked up in there, knew how to open the door, knew where she was exactly, you know, snatched her and just walked dandily like nothing ever happened with no screaming, no kicking, no. I'm telling you, Summer is an energetic, lively girl.
Yeah, she wouldn't have went
She would
easy.
have kicked their falls. No, she would not have went easy at all. And if she was abducted, it was by someone she knew.
Yeah.
It had to have been for her not to make a commotion, because Summer's a screamer.
There is Jody Sue. She said that she did hear, I believe, like Candace screaming, but then she also heard another scream, but she wasn't sure if it was like an adult or a kid or whatever. So this is a good question someone just asked. Did you go to jail whenever you was at the Wells house ever?
Can you repeat that again?
Did you ever go to jail whenever you was at the Wells house?
Never.
So
Hell no. Absolutely not.
The rumor is that you went to jail and you had like a stash of marijuana or something. And then and then Dawn, or you had gotten out and Dawn took your marijuana and sold it.
No, that's a lie.
And y'all got in a fight over that.
Lie. Nope. Never been to jail. You could check my record.
Yeah.
You know, when we get off,
I've checked your record.
I'll personally give you my social security number so you can see.
No, it's
never been to jail in Tennessee ever.
Okay, so that was a lie.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, bold-faced lie. The only time I've ever seen the jail house was when I went with Candace when she went to go do the order of protection against Donnie.
You went with.
That's the only time I ever. Yeah, I was literally physically there because I was watching Summer, Wayland, and Wyatt, and Grandis was with me as well. And I also remember that because I had gotten paid, and after she came out and she was done doing the order of protection, we went right to the McDonald's right next door, and I bought everyone McDonald's there.
Okay. That's interesting. What was Summer's favorite food?
French fries from McDonald's.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
My Lord have mercy. Could that girl put it down? I mean it. For her to pint size. That's what I always called her. But could that girl eat? Like she could eat, but she was energetic. So the same way it went through, she burned it off.
Did Candace ever talk about Rose, her sister that went missing, or did Grandis?
Yeah, I've spoken to Grandis about her daughter missing, and it was a touchy subject. She would always cry and break down and always wonder where her daughter was, you know. And I believe that Grandis really don't know what happened to her daughter. As far as Candace, to her, it was, oh, my missing sister is more important than me. You know, why would you be like that? This is your sister.
Oh, really? So she was kind of jealous of.
Yeah, basically, you know,
I've
and
heard
very
that.
resentful to her mother, you know, that, you know, she was more attentive about her missing sister than her. Oh, yes, absolutely. And, you know, Grandis will always apologize to Candace, you know. Please don't take it like that. I love you. I'm here. You know, when you were going through things and you called me, I literally quit my job and came all the way over here to be with you. You know, that's what Grandis did for Candace. You know, so that's not a mother who's resentful. That's a loving mother.
Absolutely.
You know, to actually pack up all your shit on a yellow school bus and drive that from where you were all the way to Tennessee just to be with your daughter.
Grandis drove that school bus?
Absolutely, with that full of all her furniture, everything is in that school bus, grandest, and she drove that to
Dang.
be with her daughter. Now, if that doesn't say what kind of mother she is, I don't know what will. Because that tells me she's a loving mother. She gives a fuck. You know, she cares.
Was I mean, I know Candace has. It seems like she's been jealous of other women. I mean, I think because I think, I mean, truthfully, she's been cheated on and lied to and stuff. I get that. Um, do you think it's possible that Candace could have been jealous of Summer?
Mm, I don't think so. But thinking of the things that's going on right now, I wouldn't put it past it now. I really wouldn't at all. Because when Donnie came home, it was all about Summer. It wasn't even about Candace. You know, it was, where's my baby? The minute he walked through the door, and she's like, Daddy, and she just jumped on him, and he's kissing her and hugging her. I missed you so much. You know something. Typically when a dad doesn't see the daughter, so it doesn't raise suspicion.
Right.
It wasn't until that shower incident that literally all the hairs in the back of my neck is standing up, and I'm like, what the hell is going on here? Like, and me as a father of a daughter, I've never ever taken a shower with my daughter. Ever. I've never even seen my daughter naked. The only time I seen my daughter naked was after she came out of my ex-wife, and it was like her first 6 months. And my ex-wife would tell you, I hated changing my daughter's diaper because,
excuse me, hold on one second. Hold on one second. Aaron, you do not know what happened to Summer. We do not know what happened to Summer. And you will not tell anybody in here what happened to Summer, because none of us know what happened to Summer. We're just trying to get a story out there. So you can use "in my opinion" or you can get out. Thank you. Go ahead, Jose. Sorry.
So, yeah,
None of us.
Until that incident. It was not until that incident that happened with that shower that really made me, look at myself as a father, that I was like, what the hell? And, when my daughter was born, my ex-wife could officially confirm this. I hated changing my daughter because, women at that age, when they're babies, all their privates, their body, they're sensitive. If you wipe the wrong way, you can hurt them. And I used to argue with my ex-wife. I hate changing her. Like, you got to do this. You're the woman.
Yeah.
You know how to do it. I did with the boys because I got the same equipment.
Right.
I'm petrified to change my daughter. But he's up in there taking baths with his 3-year-old. Like, you're sick.
Yeah.
Like, well, what's wrong with you? And that's why I say, I looked at that. All those red flags was there, and for me to be a coward and just not pick up the phone and just call the cops and be like, listen, I need to get here. This ain't right, And instead, I just turned a blind eye, and the result, look what winds up happening, And I feel, I'm partly to blame because I was there. I witnessed it. I experienced it, I was, as I could say, that tip. I was the tip of that spear. I could have pierced that heart right then and there. And instead, I just turned away, and I regret doing it. I should have just went full force and just went against it. And, I wouldn't have cared if I was homeless, didn't have anywhere to go, as long as I knew that they were safe and fine. It would have been all better. But at that time, my mental health was horrible, like even my personal, inside my demons, it was horrible. So it was a lot of pressure on me,
Well, divorces aren't easy when you're, especially have kids, and you're also when you're stuck in a really tight situation as well. But hindsight is 2020. I do believe that Summer saved her brothers, though.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Whatever happened to Summer, whatever just went on, I believe it deep down in my heart. Summer saved her brothers,
Yes.
not even knowing it. She literally saved their lives, and she saved everyone's life because Donnie's in jail. He could essay somebody else if this would have never came out. You know,
Yes.
he could, and then he's on probation, and you wind up going to jail violating probation because you driving drunk.
Mm-hmm.
That alone should tell you. That alone should give you an insight. That's exactly Donnie. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
You're getting the raw exposure of what that man is really about. He doesn't care about anybody but himself. He has no remorse, none whatsoever, no regret at all
Mm-hmm.
whatsoever. He doesn't at
What?
all. I feel that Donnie doesn't know what it is to feel at all. I feel that inside of him, he's numb, and I don't know how else to put it, but if it wasn't for what just happened for him to go to jail, I believe it would have happened again and again and again, and it would have kept on. A never-ending cycle with him. And I'm saying to myself that if he did do something with Summer, in a SA way,
Mm-hmm. Thank you for saying that. You
and
learn so quickly, Jose. I got to tell you.
and okay, so if he did it in that kind of way, everyone knows that when law enforcement is involved, they extensively check the child,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't mean just in a mental aspect. I'm
No.
talking physically.
No.
And if children's services was yet again involved this time, they probably have more proof to really enter the home.
Well,
as
she
you could
was, Summer was getting ready to go to kindergarten.
Exactly. And her mouth would have opened because that girl had no filter. No. She spoke truth always.
Kids are brutally honest at that age. Trust me.
Yeah, I mean, very brutal.
Very
and
brutal.
She was definitely brutal.
Yeah.
When her brothers used to pick on her or hit her, she would literally tell you what they did, how they did it, how hard it was. She got graphic, and so trust me, she would have went to school. A lot of dirty laundry would have been let out, and
Mm-hmm.
I truly believe Candace and Donnie would be in jail if she would have opened her mouth.
Did you ever go to one of Don's workplaces with him, or ever work with him in any way?
No, never.
Okay.
No.
Why do you know why Candace and Allie had a friendship breakup?
Well, basically, me. I'm not gonna lie about it. Me.
You okay?
Because I was emotionally there for Candace with what she was going through, and Allie had a thing for me, and Allie basically told Grandis that me and Candace had something going on, and then Candace wound up waking up and heard it, and she literally ran up the stairs to go fight Allie, and Allie was outside, and that was the big altercation. From there on, their friendship was dead and over for it. Hunter still would speak with Candace and things like that, but as far as Allie and their friendship, that completely shattered right then and there.
Mm-hmm. Do you know if Hunter still came over? Like, how often would Hunter come over?
All the time. When I first got there, they were there every single day.
Okay.
Every single day.
Now, I had heard that they actually stayed at the house for a while too.
Oh yes, they did.
Okay.
They would stay the weekends. Oh yeah, absolutely. Even Hunter helped me mow the lawn too. Even he helped me clean out that home. When I cooked for all of them, Hunter would stand by and, wow, Jose, that smells so good. You want to learn? He's like, yeah, what you doing? And he would stand there and watch me, and I would show him, I do it like this, I do it like that, So it wasn't, Hunter's a good kid. He really is. He's a good kid.
So you said,
No, as I said, he just was. They were dealt a shitty hand. You know.
was there a blue truck in the yard?
Yeah, a Ford.
A Ford. Okay.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Was that Don's?
Uh-huh. They
Okay.
had multiple vehicles on that property.
Okay.
And that was another argument Candace had, that they had all them old junk cars and he refused to get rid of them.
Do you know anything? Do you know a man about? Go ahead and ask it. I see you.
I'm sorry, what?
You was that you about Tim?
Yes. Do
Go
you
ahead.
know anybody? Did you ever see a man by the name of Tim Mullen?
No.
Okay.
Okay. You never knew a man named Tim
Uh-huh.
Mullins?
No.
Okay. Okay. 1 second.
Could I call back real quick? I
Of
got
course.
a very important phone call.
Yep.
I will call you back in like 2 minutes.
No problem. Okay.
All
Bye-bye.
right. Thank you.
Jose is going to call me back in just a couple minutes. So, this is crazy.
A lot of information.
A lot of information. There is a couple things that we cannot talk about in this interview that I feel that it's possibly too sensitive. And if I can talk about it later, I will. But as of now, we can't talk about a few things that we have learned. So yeah. Jose, he's really doing. He lived a relatively rough life several years ago. I think he said he was in jail 20 years ago, and he got a divorce when all of this was going on. And he was in a rough spot at the time. But I'm glad he was there for the little bit of time that he was. I always believe God put you in the right place at the right time for everything. Snooks, he did not know Robin. Don, I don't think, was going to church at that time. So, yeah, I need to fix this chat. Hold on 1 second, just bear with me. Okay. Sorry about that. But Jose is doing excellent now. He has an incredible job, and I'm just really glad to see someone that was really knocked down on their feet and really struggled through it all to get to where he is today. He did not want to be found for a long time when he was going through his divorce and his mental health things. He wouldn't talk to his family. He was very depressed. He worked really hard to get out of it, a lot of counseling. Yes, Purple Knights, you can post your link in the channel. Yes. What is that? Yes. Where was that? Yes. From the beginning, when I saw Andrew, I really wondered if he was speaking to Jose. It was something that I really wasn't. Purple Knights hasn't. Yes, Purple Knights has been authorized that she can put her link in chat. So sorry,
Now,
I did not tell the mods that earlier. I apologize. That's my fault. But I told her this morning she could.
remember, Andrew also told us that Jose did not have a clue that Summer was even missing. And now we know that's false because the FBI went to him at his house a few days after Summer vanished.
Yes. But he also did not know, like he actually, like, he didn't know if she had been found yet or anything. He didn't know all of this stuff was happening on YouTube.
Oh, had no clue.
Yeah.
Not a clue.
Yeah, he had no idea of yes, Iris, you can add yours as well. So it's just it's a lot to take in. I have not slept at all.
I know, but that's
Um,
okay. I'm still running on adrenaline.
You and me both, sister. Thank you, Lip Block No More, for the super sticker. Very kind of you. Appreciate you so much. It was very hard to find Jose. I think even the FBI had a hard time finding him, to be honest with you. I don't know, but thank you, AJ Price, for the super sticker. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. It was very hard, wasn't it, ICU? It wasn't something that we just said. I mean, usually if ICU and I want to find somebody, we can find them within how soon can we find them, ICU?
Oh, I mean, like within a few minutes, but
Yeah,
no.
max, yeah.
This has been constant research and digging from daylight, from the time my eyes woke up in the morning until the time we went back to bed at night.
Yes.
Continuous digging.
Yes.
And we finally did it.
ICU would look, and I always say she looked and I verified. You know what I mean? Like, she would give me certain information and I would check it to see if it would work or not. And
Well, you made most of the phone calls for me.
that's what I mean. You would check, I would verify, say.
Right. Yes.
Did Don know a man called Warren or Ian Murphy? Do you know that? I see you.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
If you want to answer it, or if you don't want to answer it, that's fine too. Did Don know a man called Warren or Ian Murphy?
Never heard that name.
Yeah. Thank you, Jody Sidden. Appreciate you. Emma Hooper, thank you. D. Irish, Justin, I want to say thank you so much for your research and bringing this to us. I am so happy to see your channel grow, and I see you mods, especially thank you, Jose. Thank you for speaking out for Summer. Thank you, D. Irish. Appreciate you for being here today. We do have the phone call recording of Jose from last night that we are going to share. Obviously, it's 4:46. It was supposed to start at 4:30, but this has went over. Um, you know the the truck concerns me. The alleged abuse concerns me. Summer running around concerns me. The drugs concerns me. The going to Mexico allegedly concerns me. Um, can I ask when he calls like, why did the people from my leave the same day they got to Tennessee? That's a good question. We'll ask that. Well, I know that allegedly, Andrew says that there wasn't which I know the house wasn't ready. They were going there to stay at a house, and the house was not ready. So,
Actually, he said that it was sold or rented out from under them, the house that they were supposed to stay in.
right. Holla for a dollar. He did not follow the case on YouTube or anywhere else. He did not. The FBI showed up there. He gave him the information, and he had no idea about all of this circulating on YouTube. What last night I sent him the very important interviews that Chris did. Chris Madonna, if you watch this, if you could email me, I would greatly appreciate it. I do need to get in contact with you, if at all possible. Holla for a dollar, Justin. Okay, I already read that one. I'm happy to know Vocal Summer was. We did not know for sure. Yeah. Thank you so much for your donation. Appreciate you. DJ, thank you so much for your super sticker. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mallory. I appreciate your super sticker. Thank you for being here, guys. There's a lot here.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Scott. I don't understand what you mean, Scott. I'm sorry. It was what, 3 years ago? Aaron, we heard that. Who's Aaron? Okay. Sorry, I guess Jose's being a little bit tied up more than he thought he was going to. I know that he is getting ready to travel today, so it may have something to do with that as well. Thank you, Jen Mail South. That's very kind of you. Thank you, Dreamcatcher. I was looking for Scott's H's. If you see it, I see you, let me know. The sun's so bright right now. If you see Scott H, one of his comments, I was looking to what he meant pertaining to the 3 years.
I will do that.
Thank you, Kristen Cure. Appreciate you so much. Thank you. Jose had phone call, yeah. Listen, and this is the thing I want to explain. I want to find summer, and that's it. It doesn't matter. It's not me pressing an agenda any way that I want it to go or any way that I think in my mind. I just want to find summer, and I just want whoever did it to be held accountable. And for me to find whoever, not me specifically, but to get information to find summer, I can't go with what my narrative is that I think. And sorry, that is not him. That's not Jose. That was a different person. Thank you, Iris. Appreciate you. But thank you, Spirit Worker. Appreciate it. Thank you, Kristen. I already said that. Okay. Thank you, Mallory. But it's not what my personal opinion is. To get the right information in a case, it's not about what I personally believe or not, or what I find suspicious or not. It's that you have to really go with the facts to find the truth. And if you want the truth, you have to go wherever it leads you. And it's really that simple. I mean, if somebody abducted her, somebody abducted her. If somebody at the house took her, somebody at the house took her. You know, if Don did something, Don did something. If Candace did something, Candace did something. If a neighbor did something, a neighbor did something. I just want to find Summer. Throw their asses in jail, whoever it is. You know,
Exactly.
that's all I can. That's literally. It's not about, you know, any other thing. Thank you, Tooth Fairy. I appreciate you, honey. Appreciate you. Just for all, and as you, Jose said that he hasn't talked to Andrew in 3 years. So exactly when did they go to Tennessee? Slow mode has got me. Yeah, that's a very good question, Scott H. I need to. Very good question. How long has it been since? How long has it been since they were down there? They were down there in February or March, I think it was, of
2020.
2020. So that would be how long?
Yeah, he stayed there like from early spring in 2020 till early fall in 2020.
I think you said about 6 months.
Yes.
So ever how long that's been, that's the last time he's talked to him, which is 2, 3 years. I don't know. Join this amazing channel. Please subscribe, ring the bell, and give a like. Love you all. Thank you, Iris. You're very kind, honey. Thank you, Scout. Thank you both for the hard work on this. It's very informative, and it has brought forth very interesting information. I think we are definitely heading one step closer. Hugs and kisses. Thank you. Very kind of you. Thank you, Tooth Fairy. Thank you, the Spirit Whispers. Yes. I'm going to text him. Okay. Oh, thank you, Amanda. I look forward to hearing from Jose. Membership link, please. Could one of the mods drop the membership link? I would greatly appreciate it. 6 months is a long time. Yeah, it is a long time to. Thank you, Tracy. Appreciate you. I mean, he went down there to because of the divorce and everything, and the house wasn't ready, but he didn't want to go back to New York because of you know, the divorce going on, I think, and he worked a little job down there. They were nice. He was making the cat scratch pads. I feel like I need to ask him how to make a cat scratch pad. Because for my cats. Yeah, so, oh, thank you, Jaded. Thank you so much for your kind donation. I appreciate it, hon. I respect the fact that you have not led the note. Thank you, Creative Spirit. Appreciate it. Thank you. Robbie from ABQ. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Amanda, thank you so much for yours. Let's see here. Luke's mom, thank you for becoming a member. I really do appreciate it. I mean, guys, no matter what we hear on the internet, I mean, we all get in our emotions a little bit sometimes with these situations. Thank you, Tracy. Appreciate you, honey. But thank you, Chris, for becoming a member. Appreciate it. But we can really do so much more together than fighting and bickering over what one person believes or not. There's nothing wrong with vigorous debating. It really, in my opinion, helps debating, but it doesn't have to be led with hate or animosity or anything like that. And that's just something I will flat out refuse to be a part of ever. It doesn't serve. Tracy, thank you so much for becoming a member. I appreciate it, hon. In life, we should do stuff that benefits us individually, that it's good for our health. Thank you, Classy. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Kristen, thank you. Really, thank you, guys. And for me, fighting with another individual over something I literally don't know if it's true or not, it's just a personal opinion or something that I'm never going to throw on anyone else, and I'm not going to let them throw it on me as well. I'm just not going to fight. I'm not going to be nasty. I'm not going to be any of those things with anybody on here. So, thank you, Lauren. I appreciate it. I don't know which way I'm supposed to go. Let me check this. So, let me just see.
Please leave your message.
Okay. He's still not there. So thank you guys. If anybody in here that mods for Chris from the interview room, if you could email me or have him email me, one of the mods can put my email address in the chat. I do need to speak with him if at all possible. I know at this I know at around this time he had some traveling things, so thank you. We try to we're just not going to tolerate, you know, any drama or anything like that in this chat room. I'm just not going to do it. We can all be respectful. You know, life is hard enough, people. You know what I mean? Like, hold on. You know, it's so we're just gonna where was that? Georgette, yes. Last night when he told me when I didn't even ask him, swear on anything, I did not ask him, when he said the relationship between him and not him, not Jose, the relationship between Candace and Hunter, ICU, I think, well, about fell out. I mean, honest to God.
Me too.
Yes.
And I'm still shocked about it all. I don't know how to feel about it. I want to get back in and do another timeline if I need to. I mean, I just don't know. I don't know what the next step is.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I just have to believe, and I do believe, that law enforcement is on it.
Yes.
I just have to believe that. To whoever, I'm not going to accuse anybody personally. Thank you, Versi. Appreciate you, honey. Guys, if I have missed one of you guys, I really am so sorry. Well, it may be, you know, silver bracelets may it's going to be for someone. I really believe that us, the people, will not stop until we find Summer. I just don't think. I think we've came so far. We have all 2,628 of you that's in here right now have really put your blood, sweat, and tears into this. You know, countless hours of us searching every single day. You know, maybe not physically searching, but just running it through our heads, praying anything that we possibly can to, figure out what happened.
Yes, I feel the same way. I mean, I just want something good to happen for Summer. I feel like she's been let down her entire life, and I just need something good to happen for her.
Mm-hmm. Yes, mods, could you guys put my email address in the chat, please?
I dropped it a few minutes ago.
Yeah, if you could drop it again.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Mama Lioness. Appreciate it. I'm tired. Very tired. But, I think, last night I felt Jose was really upset. He was really upset. He knew Summer was missing, but he felt really guilty, I think. He felt guilty.
Yes.
Okay. Ziggy, you can just give me my number. That's fine. You can just tell him if he wants to text me or whatever. But he was crying. He's like, I should have, and I think he said it on here today. He's like, I should have called and done more, but
Right.
and this is a lesson, guys, that don't ever be afraid what people think of you. Don't ever be afraid what
No.
people think about you, especially when it's pertaining to someone that could be in danger or harmed.
And this is the second time since our initial contact that he's reached out saying, I just got to talk some more.
Yeah.
I feel so bad.
Yeah. Last night when we were talking to him, he messaged me and he said just that. He said, "Can you talk again?" He said, I've just got to talk." I was like, "Oh, absolutely." Thank you, Nun. Thank you, DJ Mallory Young. Thank you. Well, Jose, Justice Genie, he says he was shocked to see Candace in that state last night. Just the way she was talking and stuff. He said Candace, smoked herbal essence. I don't know what to say. During and she would do it throughout the day, but he said she drank at night, and he said to see Candace like this, it's almost like a switch around to what the way Dawn was. Dawn was just sloshed from, if he was off, he was sloshed all day, but he was always had a buzz or whatever, I guess you could say. He said, when Dawn would walk past him, you could smell the old drunk smell is what I call it. But Don was a functioning alcoholic. He did work. Thank you so much. ICU and we wasn't going to give up on this one. It was like, if I have, we just wasn't, were we, ICU? ICU, are you there?
Dang, I'm just sitting here talking away and I'm muted.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Great job, Justin. Thank you so much, Emily Fiddler. Appreciate it.
Thank what you. I find interesting is we asked him what time Don gets home from work every day. That was shocking.
What
Do you
time?
remember? He said that Don
4:30 or 5?
Yes.
Yeah.
And Don said that he didn't even leave the job site until 5:30.
And he said that Don went to work about 8 o'clock, 7:30, 8 o'clock.
Correct.
In the interview that we will play in just a little bit. Thank you, Hala, for $1. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Very kind. Ziggy in the house. Love Zigster.
Look at Super Chat real quick, please.
Oh, which one?
I guess the one on StreamYard.
You mean private chat?
Yeah, what did I say?
Super Chat.
Oh, I've typed it a million times. Thank the Lord I had to. But yes, the private chat.
Are you talking about the one from you sent at 3:50 p.m.? Sorry, she just fell off. This is her first time using StreamYard. Yes, we are going to do the planned stream. I'm just going to try Jose one more time. If not, okay, you can turn your camera off. I see you.
Okay. I'm fixing to type it now. Yes, in the private chat.
Okay. I don't see anything in the private chat.
Please leave your message.
Okay, guys. I am going to jump off of here. And I will be back I'll be back if Jose comes back, or I will be back in about an hour. Obviously the stream went over, but I will be back within an hour. Otherwise, with the phone call last night. Thank you. Appreciate it. Is that okay? I see you.
That'll be fine. That'll be great.
I'll put a timestamp or like as a reminder. Probably in just a little bit. If otherwise, I'll just randomly go live with Jose if he calls back. But I think he's dealing with something right now. So, all right. Thank you, guys.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.
I appreciate literally each one of you for being here for Summer, for being here for Jose, for myself and ICU, and just being a part of this community. You each enrich it if you are you know, doing, doing the right things in these cases, which is by sharing it, giving your opinion, but not stating things as fact. It's very important that we do that, that things don't get mixed up. You know what I mean? So, oh, thank you, Nana Kim. Thank you so much. Yes, the video will remain up. I do ask creators to please, thank you, Bonnie Price, thank you for the $9.99. I do ask other creators to not use it for 2 days. Just give me 48 hours, and then you guys can use it for whatever you want. I'm trying to grow my channel, just the way it is, and we worked really, really, really hard on this. So if you guys would be so kind to do that after 48 hours, use it up. If it'll help the case, fantastic. Chef's kiss, use it up. So, yeah. But other than that, if Jose goes live, or if Jose calls back, I'm so tired I can't even talk. I will go live again. If not, I will be live. There he is. Hold on 1 second. Jose? No, you're fine. You're fine. Are you okay? Okay. Okay. I don't have you on I don't have you on speaker yet. Do you have a minute to talk, or you want to? Okay. Okay.
To wait for my bus, so I got 2 hours more to speak on whatever you need.
Okay. I see you. Could you come back up, please? You don't have to worry about that thing I was going to tell you to do, or ask you to do, or you said you would do. um, what? Thank you, Jill. What do you want to talk about, Jose?
Summer, like it just really is gut wrenching to wonder where is she? You know, has she eaten? Did she take a bath? Is she crying? You know, is she safe? I could if I'm not gonna think that she's gone, but if she's alive, can you imagine the the fear that's going through her mind right now and her heart? You know, not seeing mom, not seeing dad, not seeing her brothers, her grandmother. You're alone, God forbid, if locked up in a room. You don't know if you're in the dark or not. Wondering if you're in a bed that's dirty or clean. As a parent, you think of all these scenarios. And you pray and wish for the best, but you know in your heart that it's a lot grimmer than what you're thinking about.
Yes.
And you try not to focus on that at all. You just try to focus on praying and that God's protecting her, and watching over her. It's a real emotional toll.
Did Hunter's dad, when they all came down, like when y'all came down, and the house wasn't ready, did they leave the same day?
Yes,
they did.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep, I remember it was around 4:30, almost 5 in the afternoon when they wound up leaving.
Why did they leave the same day? Was it because the house wasn't ready, or?
Yeah, the house wasn't ready, and we couldn't find a hotel room that was available at the time because it was race week there in NASCAR for NASCAR. So all the hotels were booked or they were way too expensive, and we just didn't have the money for
Sure.
us, and the truck had to be turned in. If not, they wanted to charge an outrageous amount of money, for the truck and things like that. So he was like, I'm going back. And I was like, well, I'll see you later. And he's like, you really not going back? I said, no, I can't. I can't.
Yeah.
I was fearing for my own safety, not for someone's going to do harm to me, but it was more of me, of myself.
Right.
So it was a necessity that I didn't go back.
Yes.
So they wound up leaving and I wound up staying. And I
Right.
remember that when I got there, it was almost about 5:30 in the afternoon, towards the evening time, that we wound up getting to where Candace lived at over there.
Yes. And you met Candace through Allie, obviously, right? And
Yes, correct.
did you meet her pretty much? Did you meet Candace pretty much like the same day that you was there?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
That's exactly how it happened.
Okay. Need to turn my window on. It's getting hot. Okay. Any questions? No, Grandis did not drive. Guys, you probably should, you guys should probably go back and watch a lot of it from the beginning, because we have talked about a lot of the questions. Grandis did not take Jose to North Carolina. Grandis took Jose to South Carolina,
Rock
Hill, South Carolina.
Correct.
Yes.
I even still have my bank statements to prove it.
Yeah.
That's what I was telling the FBI, and I was like, listen, like, you guys are the Federal Bureau of Investigation. How hard is it for you to type in my social security number to find me, and you would find where I was working at, everything.
I think they had a hard time finding you, didn't they?
Oh, yes, they did.
I'm damn sure I did.
It took my son. I had reached out to my son, actually, because as I said, as I started to fix my mental health and do things, I reached out to my children to fix the bridges that I burned down with them.
Mm-hmm.
And my son didn't contact me for like 2 days after I reached out to him. And the first initial words that came out my son's mouth is, Dad, the FBI is here. And I'm like, what? And he's like, they're looking for you, Dad. And I'm like, what? Like, I haven't seen law enforcement in years. What the hell are they looking for me? And he's like, Dad, I don't know. You need to talk to them. And I said, okay, put them on the phone. And I literally spoke to them through the phone. And that's how I got, the first initial whiff of what was going on with Summer.
Mm-hmm.
But, even then, during that time, I was still in the process of healing and going through mental therapy, through psychiatry, medications, things like that. So I really didn't focus on, I didn't really grasp the gravity of what was going on, at that time.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't until, my family reached out again to me and they told me about you. And this is a cousin that you reached out to me that me and her rarely talk. And when she does call me and we talk, we catch up on everything.
Yeah.
And when she told me that, I believe it was Amanda who spoke to her.
Yes.
And she was like, this lady called and something happened. And when she explained it, I'm like, what? Who's this lady? And then I'm like, oh, I need to find her. And then next thing I know, I get a message. I go and I said, I'm putting on my Facebook. I'm going to make a new one. And I make it. And then boom, I get a message from Amanda. And I'm like, how the hell did this woman find me so easy and nobody else can find me?
Oh, it wasn't easy, Jose. I'm going to tell you that right now.
And that's when, I finally reached out and I said, okay,
It was
That's when I reach
months,
out to you.
months trying to find
Oh
you.
yeah.
And let me tell you
Uh-huh.
something. Amanda would she would like I said, she would check, I would verify, she would give me a list of numbers, a
Uh-huh.
list, and I'd just go click, 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 click. Nope,
Oh my
nope, nope,
God.
nope, nope. Wrong number.
Wow.
Not no longer in dial. Yeah.
Mm. And that's when I finally said, you know, I was talking
Oh, thank you.
with one of my family members, and he was like, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm like, yo, bro, I need to reach out. Something ain't sitting right inside of me." And he's like, "What do you mean?" And I said, "You know how you get that gut feeling something is off?"
Yeah.
And he's like, "Yeah." I said, "I got that gut feeling something is off." And that's when he agreed. He was like, "Go for a shoot." And I was like, "All right, bet." And that's when I reached out to y'all. And he's like, "Are you sure you okay? Like inside, are you all right?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I can handle this. Like, I'm ready for it. It's time for me to pop back up and start fixing things.
Mm-hmm.
Time to build bridges back again with the family.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, here I am now."
Yes. Someone Deal said, please tell Jose thank you for showing Summer how love should look. I am grateful he was there.
No problem. I hope it's something that everyone could take back and reflect on certain things in your life that you could have did differently, and from there build on that. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, literally build on it. Like, oh, I could have did this different. I could have said something different, or helped in a certain way that I'm helping, but without them knowing I'm helping.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you want to help behind the shadows in a way, as you could say, but
Right.
enough that it would build you to be more positive with yourself to say, this is wrong, and I'm just going to stand up and speak out. If
Mm-hmm.
people want to lash out, let them, because that's when you literally got to stand your ground and be like, give me what you got. Whatever you got, I'm going to take it. And I'm going to use it as fuel and keep going. Because the more
Yes.
you keep knocking me down, the more I'm going to keep getting back up.
Hey, Emma Hooper, she wants to know Warren and Ian Murphy. Did Don mention these people?
No.
Ian Murphy and Don Warren and Ian Murphy. Did Don mention these people?
No, he did
Okay.
not.
But you did know the other Don.
Yes.
So, oh my goodness, M Noble, thank you so much for that's very kind for the super sticker. Very, very kind. Thank you.
And I find it very, how can I say this? Well, I'm just going to be blunt. I find it very disgusting that this woman is sitting at home. I don't care what you're going through, but when you're receiving money from the suffering of your child, something's wrong with you.
Well, I
You understand?
yeah, I was
You
telling
know,
you about the manager too.
yes, and that's appalling. That's disgusting.
You got
I'm not going to think of no damn manager when my child is out there missing. Ain't no way in hell. The hell with a manager, the hell with the news, the hell with the cops. My ass would be out there personally looking in the woods, talking to people. The pictures will be put up. This is what she looked like. This is how she could look like. She responds to this nickname. This is her favorite snack that she eats. And she begs and cries for it. I would give as much tips out there and look for myself. Because the cops and law enforcement are limited to what they can do. But what people fail to realize is you as a parent, you have street smarts. They don't. You understand? You get more
Amen.
connections than they would because people are hesitant to talk to law enforcement. But you as a parent, they'll feel free to speak to you. You understand what I'm saying? So it's more easier it's more easier for a parent than they really think. You know, especially when you're willing to lose sleep and put the work into it. You know, because eventually the truth is going to come out and you're going to find it.
Yes.
You see, notice how Mr. Andrew Hilton still hasn't called me yet. I'm still waiting.
Well, it's just interesting you said that. Andrew is saying Jose confirmed that he slept with Candace. If that is not true, Andrew needs to stop spreading the rumors. The day after Candace said Don slept with the girl in her house.
What? That Jose confirmed that I slept with Candace?
That's, yeah.
No, I didn't. If you go back on the live stream, I said I slept with Ali.
No, he's Andrew is saying that this person is saying Andrew is saying that Jose confirmed that he slept with Candace. So it's probably just another lie from Andrew.
Probably. Because I don't get what he benefits from lying. You know, this is Andrew, if you're really listening to me, bro, homie, my bro, my nigga, however I can speak to you, bro, New Yorker to New Yorker, bro, that you know me, physically, mentally, emotionally, you know we've been through the dirt together, homie. This is your son. And that bitch took advantage of your son. You should be fucking on the first car, first plane, first bus down there, ready to knock that bitch's whatever teeth she got left in her mouth. Wondering who the fuck you think you are to take advantage of my son like that. You know, don't be a proud dad that he slept with an older woman when he preyed on your son. When you knew your son was literally going through the dirt, she took advantage of it. And instead of you being a father that I know you are, the man that I know you are, it's not like I'm talking on my ass, bro. I know you. I know what you're capable of. You know what I'm saying? You should be on a fucking car going all the way down there, ready to knock the teeth out and walls down to find out how the hell this bitch slipped in between your 15-year-old son's pants. And you just over here sitting talking lies about me, when you should be actually asking what the hell was going on in Tennessee while you were up in Gloversville.
I agree. So she should be in jail.
Absolutely. She should be. She should be in jail and prosecuted at the fullest extent of the law. Completely. Because I guarantee you, if it was a man to have done what she did with him, we would have been strung by a noose long time ago. We would have been put in prison.
Absolutely.
We would have had to get lawyers. But because it's a woman, please, people, if audience, don't take this as a sexist thing, because it's not. Because just as evil men do, women do evil as well. But I'm not being a sexist at all whatsoever, because I'm a father of a daughter, and I love my daughter. I want my daughter to have all the opportunities in this world that a man always gets. I feel that should be equal down the line completely. Mm-hmm. So I feel that if we're going to get persecuted and prosecuted to the fullest extent, being a grown man, it should be done to a grown woman as well, because it's not right.
Yes, I agree. That, you know,
it's truly gut wrenching.
How old is Hunter now? He's 15 or 16 now.
16.
So he would have been 14 at the time, right?
14, exactly.
Oh my God.
Think about this. You at 14 years old, it's going to get graphic. Your pubic hairs are coming out. You're starting to realize that girls turn you on. You just look at boobies and you get a hard on. Come on now. I'm a man. You are a man, Justin. We're men. It's part of our physiology.
Well, it's not part of mine, but
but you understand what I mean. And with the way how they basically demonizing sexuality the way they are on TV and everything. Oh yeah, it's okay, and this is all right. When in fact, when I grew up, you couldn't even hear the word shit on TV. Now you hear it all the time. You couldn't see a woman halfway naked on TV when I grew up, and now it's just publicized everywhere. This is society is literally turning what's bad into good and what's good into bad. So the lines have been blurred. Critical thinking has been thrown completely out of the window. Like, whatever happened to critical thinking? Like, whatever happened to questioning everything? A stupid question is the question not asked. Whatever happened to that? And it's completely gone. Everyone forgot about that. And it's due to social media and TV and saying this is okay. When we were growing up, it wasn't. It looked down upon, frowned upon. The families would turn their backs on you if we was to do what the kids are doing now. It's what I don't understand about Andrew. Like, he's not a bad guy. He's a good guy. This is a man who definitely will fight for his children, and he will fight tooth and nail. He will give his last breath to his children. This is Andrew. This is the Andrew I know. He will give his last dying breath to his children. Then he should be doing it for Hunter right now. He should be going ape shit on that phone, calling them, wondering who the hell this woman thinks she is. Ali should be fuming right now. She should be irate right now, knowing that happened. When she didn't know crap at all whatsoever, just in the blind about it. And I'm there holding this dirty little secret. It's like I said, I feel horrible for not saying anything, but I'm not going to stand by and not say nothing anymore, especially that I know that I'm mentally stable again, and I'm coherent on what I'm speaking about, and I know what I'm talking about. That's why I said, yeah, we could do this live. I'm talking on my phone. I could take whatever the world's going to give me now because I'm enlightened. I'm enlightened in a different way. So you can keep knocking me because I'm one of them men. The more you drop me, the more it's going to make me persistent to get back up.
Yeah. Exactly. Allie has since said that Hunter is not the same child since Summer has went missing.
It's not. That was his pride and joy.
Well, and that
was his baby sister.
Well, I know, yes, exactly. And he said he treated her like a little sister, but
absolutely.
But he got in trouble. He has gotten in trouble allegedly again, and has had some like juvenile hall type thing or something.
Because he's losing it.
Yeah,
he's losing it.
Think about it. He was a 14-year-old boy allegedly doing this with Candace, and
of course that's mental scarring on a level that a lot of us don't understand. You would have to be, in order for you to understand where Hunter's level is at, you would have to be a victim. You literally would. Because most people that have understanding, you could be a doctor, but even doctors or therapists see doctors for their cases as well, because they can't grasp certain things that they're listening to that happen to them. So in order for you to understand where Hunter is coming from, you have to be a person who actually experienced what he's been through. And just leaving it out there, I know what he means. Because I am a victim as well. So I know what he feels. I know what he's going through. It's not something that's easy to overcome. This is going to be the longest uphill battle of his life. And right now he needs people that love him and care him to be there for him. Don't judge him. Don't look down on him. Don't tell him, oh, that was wrong. You should have said something. Because even as a teenager at that age, you're afraid. You're not invincible. You don't reach that invincible stage until you're a full blown senior in high school, junior. At the time that happened to him, he was in middle school. He's
Yes.
still getting to know himself, you know? So he's within conflict within himself right now. And instead of people bashing him and looking down upon him, they should actually grieve for him and pray for him, because he didn't do nothing wrong. He knows no better. We as adults, we know better because we've had the experience. He hasn't. He's just going through it right now. And him going through whatever he's going through now, it doesn't pass me. He's
Mm-hmm.
just lashing out at the world because in his mind, he feels he should have did something. He could have did more,
Mm-hmm.
and that's weighing heavy on him right now.
Yeah.
And he's not like we are, that we can have broad shoulders and hold that kind of weight and figure out a way to push on. In
Yes.
his mind, the world is against him and he's alone. He may have his mom, but he's alone.
Yes.
And everyone's attacking him. You shouldn't attack him. He has no blame in this at all. The fault falls within the adult, not the child. He
Yes.
didn't ask for it. He was persuaded and manipulated to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what people got to realize.
So for those of you that haven't been here the full almost 4 hours, a lot of questions like Jason Landed says, Justice for All, can you ask Jose if he knew who owns the red truck in the ladder rack that he drove? Jose has actually already answered a lot of these questions, and he didn't know who owned it, but he thought that possibly one of his bosses owned it because he would only take that truck only on really long drives when he was working far away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Cuckoo B. Hi, I see you in Justice for All. Can you please ask Jose if he believes Summer was SA, which I told you what that meant, Jose,
Yes.
by Dawn or Candace? Thank you.
Well, I don't know, but the way the events is starting to unfold now and finding out that a lot of the things she did tell me are true, I'm starting to believe he did. Because, as I said, the incident I had with him, that I had to, call Summer out of the shower with him, that alone was like my biggest red flag. Like that's not normal. Fathers don't do that. That's definitely not a normal behavior at all whatsoever. So I'm starting to think he possibly did. And, as we spoke, she's about to start kindergarten.
Yep.
And, kids know the truth and they could speak it bluntly.
Yeah.
And I think that they knew she was about to go to school and it was a possibility that she was going to let it all out.
Yeah. Or just a physical examination, potentially.
Exactly. Definitely.
And where did Summer sleep?
That depended. That really depended on her. Summer slept wherever Summer wanted to sleep. That was Summer. As I said, she slept in. If she was in the car, what you see the picture on the milk, that's typical Summer. That's literally her. She will fall asleep anywhere. Like I told you one time, she fell asleep on her knees, just laying on the chair because she was so exhausted. So wherever she fell asleep, that's where she fell asleep.
Right.
But basically, as her bed, it would be on the first room when you first walked into the home, and it would be on the mattress on the floor. You know, there's no bed frame, no box spring, no sheets on the bed. It would just be her on her bed with her favorite blanket.
Yeah, we saw Summer's mattress. It was laying outside in the back door, outside, and
Excuse me.
it was
Disgusting, wasn't
disgusting.
it?
Yes,
Yeah, exactly my point.
there was
If you think that was bad, you should have saw the boys' beds.
really their beds was
Her
worse.
bed, oh yeah, a lot worse. Very
Wow.
worse. When I first went into the room, I literally wrapped their mattress in plastic garbage bags. I literally took scissors, split them in half, wrapped the bed around, and then taped it on the bottom, and then I put bed sheets over it
Oh,
because it was that bad, you know?
that's nice.
Oh yeah, it was really bad, you know?
Yeah, it's not healthy
No, not at all.
to sleep
Especially not for children, you know, that gets respiratory problems, not to mention, you know, they could get sick, bacterial infections in their lungs. You know, roseola is produced by that as well. And I only know that because my son had it.
What is it?
When he was roseola, it's basically a fever that the children get when they're around bacteria that comes from urine and things like that. Because we were staying at a friend's house and they had a dog, and you know we never knew that the dog literally pissed on the mattress we were laying on, and my son caught a respiratory virus. He wound up in the hospital for 10 days.
Oh wow.
You know, and his whole body broke out. It basically looked like chickenpox, but it wasn't. It was because it produced a high fever in his body. He broke out in hives and rashes. And when we got
Chickenpox.
the diagnosis, it was called roseola.
That's interesting.
Yes, absolutely. You know, and you know, once I started staying in my room, things changed. I was constantly sleeping, mopping, wiping walls down. Like I said, I even started to get the boys like heavily involved in doing dishes, housework, helping them with their homework, and me being consistent with them on helping them with their homework. Before I knew it, it was automatic to them. Like they enjoyed to walking through the door, and while they were walking through the door, I would be there at the stove cooking them something. You know, they knew when they came through that door, Jose's at the stove making us something. Let's do our homework while he's cooking. You know, and they would be happy. They would do their homework, finish it. If they got stuck, they would ask me for help. I would help them do their homework and then feed them right after their homework was done. You know, with no problems at all. I actually enjoyed doing it. Like I said, I like to cook. That's one of my favorite things to do. And nothing gives me more pleasure than to see a child smile and eyes glistening when you're cooking something that they enjoy the most, you know?
Yes. I was gonna say, I see you. Got anything?
Yes, this is going to be a hard one, okay, Jose?
Absolutely.
Did Summer ever have to go anywhere with other adults? Like, did she ever have to spend time away from her mom and dad with other adults?
No, the only time she was ever away from mom and dad was with Allie. And Allie loved her like that was her own. Like if she gave birth to that girl, Allie took very good care of Summer with no problem. There was times that they would go and pick up Summer from Allie, and Summer wouldn't want to go. And no, I want to stay with Titi. I want to stay with Auntie. No, I don't want to go. You know, that was Summer. She loved Allie a lot. And that was the only person I've ever known to be away from mom and dad is when she was with Allie.
Okay. Did you ever meet someone named Billy that used to stay in the shed?
And that's the old man with the long white hair and the white beard.
Was he?
That's the one that I was telling you about. That was trying to rent an acre of land from Donnie down the hill from them so he could put his trailer.
Okay.
What kind of person was he?
He was a pretty good guy. I mean, he drank and stuff like that, but he actually was a really decent man. He didn't seem like he was out of the ordinary.
Okay.
Just a typical old man in his 50s, you know, trying to make it by. But nothing out of the ordinary with him.
Okay.
All right. Well, we have to work this down.
Interview. Let's see here. Any questions, guys? Did you met the other Don that lived? He actually doesn't live down the street. His girlfriend lives there, but he stays there a lot. Correct, Jose?
Excuse me?
You met the other Don. Is it Sherfree? I can never remember his last name.
Oh, Sherbert.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Do you know what he looks like? Can you explain?
Not really, because it's not my business on who comes in and out of the house.
No.
Per se.
Do you remember what he looked like?
No, not really.
Oh, okay. He I didn't know if you remember what he looked like. He's I think I sent you the picture last night, and you was like,
Oh yeah, matter of fact, yeah, you did send me that picture. No, I don't know who that guy is.
If
that's who you calling Don Sherber, I don't think that's him.
This is a short. This one is a short. I sent you a bunch of pictures last night. This is the short, heavier set man, gray hair.
No.
Okay.
Actually, no.
Okay. Okay. So, not only the way the kids were treated, but the dogs were treated awful. Fed one time a day, no water, probably couldn't go down to the stream, but really, yeah.
Yeah, that's typical of how they treated the dogs. It really was. Fed only once a day, 2 scoops of food full of roaches.
Ugh.
No, I'm being very serious, as God is my witness. Exactly how it was.
Yes. Any questions, guys?
Okay, this is a big question everybody is wanting answered. If you had to guess one place or one or two places that they would have dumped Summer if something happened to her, do you have any idea where she'd be?
And the property, that's a big property. That's
so?
Not a little bit of property they own.
It's been searched and searched.
A lot of property.
They own 11 acres.
And believe me, in those thick sticks that they live in, there's plenty of places you could dig up, bury someone, put it down, cover it up, and you wouldn't even notice.
I don't know. They've really searched it, Jose. They've really, really searched it.
Mm-hmm. And I saw a little clip that they said they were going to start doing thermal imaging or something like that. Well, if she passed, you're not going to find no thermal imaging at all.
Right. That
your best bet will have to have cadaver dogs search the property.
Yeah, they actually just did that. How long ago was it, ICU? They just did another search again.
It was just a few weeks ago, right?
Yeah, just a couple weeks ago or so.
Okay, but that would have been my guess.
Well, Candace said she went. She drove. I guess all the way down the hollow, looking for Summer. When she was looking for her, and that she went to some church, right? I see you.
Right. She says she drove as far as she could and then something about a church and come back looking for her.
And that would have been the church at the end of the road.
Yes, that
where
was
they
it.
lived
Yes.
at, because the church is literally in an intersection, but you couldn't go forward. You could only go left or right, and the church was like right in the dead center of it. So she started from there, then and came back and searched. And then she overshot because, as I said, Summer's pint size. There's no way a 5-year-old can cover that much territory within an hour? No, that's impossible. Us as an adult, it would take us to walk a mile almost 2 hours. An hour and a half. She's smaller than us, so that's less.
Yeah.
This is what makes us strongly believe that if she was taken by someone she knew. Someone the family knew about. And if she wasn't taken, then something happened with her and they knew about it.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to hide it and conceal it.
Thank you, Lone Spirit. No, Jose was with Candace, Grandis, Summer, and 2 of the brothers in Tennessee. That's when he first moved into the Wells house. Dawn had 1 of the kids in Utah.
Yes, that was Josie.
That was Josie.
Mm-hmm.
How often did Summer play on the swing alone? Was she able to swing high and fast? Also, did Summer get hurt a lot? How was the boys with Summer?
Oh, the boys were always picking on her. Always picking on her. But, at the end of the day, her comfort was Wyatt. She would be under that boy at night all the time. And as far as the swing,
thank you, DJ.
She always, but this wasn't like every other day. We were talking that girl, if she could, she would have lived on that swing. Because that's all she did. Was swing all the time and run around the yard and play with the dogs. She was an outdoor girl. So, and she couldn't get swing that high because where the rope was hanging over that tree, it could only go but a certain height on it. And she never overswung either because she wouldn't want to go real high. Her main thing was spin me around, and make the rope twist up, and then she would say, "Let me go." She would do 360s, until she got dizzy. And then she would say, "Hold me, hold me." And then, you would hold her and put her down, and she would laugh and be like, "Oh, again." That was Summer. That really was Summer.
That's awesome. Let me see here. All right. Let's see. Any other questions? Holy cow, you found Jose. This is awesome.
Trust me, my uncle is watching your stream.
He is.
Right now. Oh, yeah, he is. He called me right up and he's like, "Really?" I'm like, "Yep." And he's like, "All right." And that was it.
Yeah.
I was like, "I'm tired of my name being thrown through the mud. It's time that I come out, speak up, and whoever wants to confront me, I'm here." This is why, I'm Pacific with this Andrew guy. Me and him were very good friends. So it's just mind-boggling that he's like this with me. I've never did anything to harm him. I've never spoke down about him. I've never done anything to stab him in the back. We've always looked out for each other. He's great now.
Thank you, Prairie Justice. He says, or he or she, I love that you are finally getting a better picture of who Summer is. Thank you, Jose.
You're welcome.
Oh, did he ever see Candace get real mad at the kids?
Oh yeah, all the time. Like I said, the boys used to push her buttons real bad. And I would, that's one thing I would give to Candace. She would hold her tongue a lot. And she would just, I'm just going to be calm. And she would sit on the chair and rock. And they would just poke at her. When you poke at a bear, the bear's going to bite,
Right.
And she would be there just rocking and rocking and rocking until she would blow up, literally. But she wouldn't, like, physically assault them, like people would think. Oh, she's holding so much, she probably lost it. Snap. No, that wasn't Candace. Candace, she literally, her bark was louder than her bite,
Right.
She would be swearing and cursing at them. And,
thank you, Julie.
Oh, yeah, just like a typical child, And she's like, y'all gonna make me lose it one day? And, and they would just look at her like, uh-oh, I think we pushed mom too far,
Mm-hmm.
And I would tell the boys, you can't be doing that with your mother. You're going to make your mom lose it bad. Y'all going to lose your TV. You're going to lose your toys. Mom's going to ground you,
Mm-hmm. Jose, I know you said that like Dawn and Candace, they would sit like at the kitchen table and they would just kind of party and drink and talk and everything.
And
And you said the kids with crazy music. Is that what you said?
Oh, yeah, with loud music.
Okay. And you said that they wouldn't keep track of the kids, and then they would just kind of finally start looking for the kids. The ultimate Chris wants to know, was it just the 2 times that Summer wandered off, or did it happen often?
Oh, it happened. Well, from the time that I was there, I could literally count all the times she left on one hand.
Okay.
But it was more than twice, more than 3 times. I think it was like 4 or 5.
Okay.
But the 2 main ones that concerned me, that really scared me, was the time we found her behind that one house, down the path almost by
the meth heads.
Yes, over there. And then the other time that Donnie found her down the driveway, that he spanked her butt all the way up the driveway. Those were the 2 concerning times, because it took us to find her that one time behind that house, 30 minutes it took us to find her that time. And then the one for down the driveway, that took almost an hour before we found her there.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
Amanda Wolf says, Dawn said Summer slept with them every night. Can you ask Jose if this was the case? Thank you and great work. Jose, thank you.
When he arrived, yes, she always slept in the bed with her and her mother. It was Donnie, it was Candace, and it was Summer. But they never went to bed like together. Summer would already be knocked out, and they would go downstairs. They would leave Summer with Wyatt, and them 2 would be cuddled up in the bed. Just Summer would have her leg over his head or some crazy stuff like that. And Donnie and Candace will go downstairs to their bedroom, and they would lay down. And within an hour, maybe 2 of that, here comes Summer, coming right down the stairs, and she would jump in the bed, and Candace would be, like, watch your feet, you're kicking me in my face. And she, I'm sorry, Mom, things like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a regular thing. But what kid doesn't do that?
Of
they
course.
always want to sleep with Mom
Absolutely.
and Dad.
Jenna Ems, she says, thank you, Justin, ICU, and Jose. Amazing interview. Thank you, Lipstick and Lead. I am obsessed with you as well. How about that? Was Summer scared of bears and things like that? Snakes, that kind of thing?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Definitely. That for sure.
Do you think she would have ever wandered off in the woods, though?
Oh yeah.
You think she would, even if she was scared of it?
She's done it. She has done it.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. That we were freaking out because where that house is, it's nothing but sticks behind it, and we were concerned because there's a copperhead lurking around.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and animal control couldn't find it. So we were worried, you know, one of the kids will go to play, and then accidentally the copperhead will pop out and boom, bite the baby or bite one of the kids. And from where they lived at to the nearest hospital, that child would have been dead.
Right.
So that was a very serious concern we had.
Right. Well, absolutely. You know, well, I mean, you said when you got there, the grass was probably 3 feet tall, and you know,
Yeah, it
snakes
was.
travel around. Obviously.
Oh yeah, it took me and Hunter 2.5 days to mow that lawn.
So you and Hunter mowed it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Vet Girl. When was the last time you spoke to Candace and Allie?
The last time I spoke to Allie was 2 years, I believe now. And the last time I spoke to Candace was roughly about 2 years as well. Okay. I remember the last time I spoke with her was because I was asking her, where the hell you got your new car from? You know, and she's like, oh, Donnie bought it from me. And I'm like, you back with him? Like, what the hell's wrong with you? And she's like, oh, it's a long story. I was like, forget it. I don't even want to hear it. And after that, it was like I cut ties, cut communications, went off grid. Like, that's it. I'm going to focus on myself right now.
How was Don high a lot? I guess you could say. Was he under the influence?
Absolutely. I don't know about high, but I've seen him a few times strung out. Believe it or not.
Yeah.
And one of them was that time that I told you that Candace brought him home.
Yeah.
And he was literally strung out. You could tell he was on something very hard. You just couldn't pinpoint what it was.
Yeah. Okay. I see you. Any questions?
Not at the moment.
Now, I hope Chris is watching this.
Yeah, I'm working on that.
Okay.
I got information for you.
Okay.
Did Grandis take Jose somewhere after the October incident? Grandis took Jose to South Carolina, not North Carolina.
That's correct.
Most informative interview as of yet, in my opinion. Thank you. Was the alcohol and drugs easily accessible for the kids?
Absolutely. I used to have to constantly grab that black velvet bottle and put it on the top of the bar so that Summer couldn't reach it, because she would have to move that bottle out of the way to get to the Mountain Dew can to drink her soda.
God, Mountain Dew's toxic. In my opinion.
Tell me about it.
Was Grandis a good grandma?
Yeah, I believe she is. She really is. Now, her and Wyatt really clashed a lot, but Wyatt was real disrespectful and rude to her. I really don't know what was the backstory between that. But as far as her being there for them, taking care of them, clothing, feeding them, she was a great grandmother.
She provided. I just don't think she was, maybe in my opinion, she didn't seem very nurturing.
Oh, well, don't let that face fool you.
Really? Okay.
She puts that as a front. Yeah, she puts that as a front.
Though that's good to know. That's actually a really good thing to know.
Oh yeah, she does that a lot, but she's not bad. She's not. It's just her missing her daughter, and the things that was going on with Donnie, that was affecting her. That would affect anyone.
Mm-hmm.
So she would put up a front like she was this mean old lady when in fact she was like a big teddy bear. The kids could basically most of the time get away with bloody murder with her,
Right.
and she would just let it slide.
Members of the oldest. There one of Don's co-workers that he worked with, he said one day that Don he took one of the boys to work, and he said that was it, correct me if I'm wrong, chat in ICU, that one of Don's kids, one of the boys was smoking marijuana with Don.
I believe it. And you want to know which child that is?
What?
Josie.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
Yep.
Has. You sound like you're in a windy place.
Oh, yes, I am. 11, 12 years old, Josie was. And, this is dad giving a 12-year-old marijuana. Like, really? What's wrong with you,
Yeah.
If that doesn't raise alarms, I don't know what else will.
Absolutely.
I have a question.
Okay.
Yes.
What kind of questions did the FBI ask you?
Basically what you're asking me, did I ever think that if Donnie would ever done anything to Summer, what was their living conditions, where was I at the time that she wound up missing, things like that.
Right, just the normal questions. Did anything stand out to you?
For their questioning,
Yes,
just asking me where I was. That's the one that really why the hell are you asking where the hell I was? I know for sure I was nowhere near there. And
right.
The first thing I had told them was like, "Are you saying I took her?" And immediately they went on the defensive. They're like, "Absolutely not. We know for sure you did it." Oh, okay, so why are you asking me?
Right.
And it really bothered me that they would ask me something like that.
Right. Jose, what can you do? Crystal O Gang wants to know, how can you prove that you are the real Jose?
How can I prove I'm the real Jose?
Yes. How will the real Jose please stand up?
Okay, so ask Crystal, does she know something about the real Jose that I could say that would convince her? Because if it's someone I'm thinking who it is, she would know that the real Jose used to game share his rock band music with her all the time, and my ex-wife hated it.
Crystal, do you know Jose? So when
you know what? You know how I could prove I'm the real Jose?
How?
Ask Andrew.
By who?
If he is on that stream right now, literally right now, listening, all he would have to say is, "Yeah, that's the real Jose." Because Andrew knows my voice. He knows me personally. So people who personally know me are on that stream, they will confirm that it's me.
Well, I mean, Andrew wanted up here, I think, earlier at some point today.
Yeah.
And So I think he knows that it's definitely you, in my opinion.
Yes, and I mean, I've seen pictures, you and I,
I mean,
FaceTime,
we know.
whatever, we can
I'm just,
confirm it. Yes, this is Jose.
how people are so leery. People place
That's
them.
fine. I don't mind. They have every right to question if I am the real Jose. They do.
Right.
Because there are people out there, who crazy enough to portray you like somebody.
Oh, I know. Trust me, we see it a lot on YouTube.
Oh yeah. So, but yes, I'm the real me.
Was there a red for sale barrel that was there when you lived there? It had it was a barrel and it said for sale.
Yes.
Okay.
But it wasn't for the red barrel. It was for one of the old beat up trucks in the yard.
Okay.
As I was trying to tell you, Candace wanted to get rid of those cars, because they were non-working. They were basically junk.
Right. Okay. What did you ever hear about Rose Bly?
Just that she wound up missing
Okay.
many years ago where Candace used to live at.
Oh, now that you're answering that, you said something about.
Do you have any pre-rolled cigarettes, sports or anything like that?
What's it?
Marlboros? You don't sell regular cigarettes? Oh no. Okay, thank you. Hello?
Yes.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Did you said something last night? When I asked you about Rose, you said, do you remember what it was whenever you were saying about Candace and Grandis?
Yeah, I find it really no longer a coincidence. How is it that two children wind up missing from the same family?
Yes, but there was something else too. It was about Candace being.
About Candace?
Yeah, Candace being jealous.
Oh yeah, absolutely. About her being jealous towards her sister.
Yes.
Because her mother, she felt that her mother paid more attention to her missing daughter than she did to her. And every time she got drunk, she would literally cry and drop to her knees, because it really affected her. She felt like she was abandoned by her mom because her mom was so focused on finding her sister. And another thing that was in that interview with Chris, with Allie, is I was there when Candace said that she killed her sister. Like, she's dead, and Allie asked her, how the hell you know? And she's like, because I fucking killed her.
What?
Yeah, she did. Go look at the interview.
Oh, okay. Allie said that. Allie said that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Allie had wound up saying that, but I was there when Candace had said that to Allie.
Okay.
Because we were all drinking there together.
So Candace said she killed her sister?
Yeah, she was like, you ain't never gonna find her. She's fucking dead. And Allie's like, what the hell you talk about? How the hell you know she's dead? And she's like, because I fucking killed her. But we didn't take it like she meant it.
Candace says she was out of state at the time.
When that happened, oh well, I don't really know what was going on there.
Yeah. Well, okay.
So we never really took it like seriously.
Yeah,
until now that Summer's missing,
I think Candace was jealous, in my opinion, of her sister, and I honestly think she was jealous of Summer too, to be honest.
Wow.
Melissa, thank you for your super sticker, because Dawn showed her a lot of attention. Kudos.
Absolutely.
Bobby Cat, thank you so much. Kudos to you for getting this. Please ask if they ever shot dope.
Not that I know of.
Looking like Candace on strong opioids, fentanyl, ? Free help with offered. Yeah, they offered her and Don free rehab, but they did refuse. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Lana. When was the picture taken of him and Allie? I don't think there's a picture of Allie laying on you in a bed.
Yeah, that was in the cellar.
Oh, that was so the basement? Okay.
Yeah, that's you don't notice the bunk beds are there.
Okay.
Those same bunk beds on that other picture that's been circulating. It's there.
Do you, thank you, Susan. Do you think Dawn or Candace will confess the truth or tell on each other?
I think when push comes to shove, yeah. But I think it's going to be Dawn to be the one to say that Candace did something.
Really?
He is the type that he manipulates the situation to make it seem like he's the victim and you're the perpetrator. That's his MO. That's what he does.
Mm-hmm.
He'll take whatever situation and turn it to make you look like you're at fault when in fact he's the one at fault.
Mm-hmm. Ziggy, he according to Jose, allegedly they liked Don specifically liked coke and meth.
He admitted that to me, that was his drug of choice, was cocaine.
Cocaine, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which he's admitted that a lot. You know, I mean, okay. I see you. You got anything?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Do you know if Don knew Rose?
I'm not sure. That's
okay.
That's a very good question, and I really don't know. I never, actually, that you mentioned that, I wonder.
Yeah.
Because I definitely don't know.
Do you think Candace will roll on Dawn? I mean, it's possible if they did it. You know, we don't know that they did it or not. So, but. She says he never met her.
I think if push comes to shove, she would. If the situation was right and everything was in place, I believe she would.
KM, you'll go back to. You'll have to go back to the beginning of a lot of those questions. They're all. Hey, Teresa. Can he mention the CPS rumors he heard said they told Jose?
That what?
I guess they're talking about CPS. I don't know. Yes, Tiffany Shuri, they were. Who's that? TRU? Crystal. Who is that? What did Summer usually drink? Did she have her own cup?
The soda can was her cup. Well, she used to have tobacco. Yeah, the soda can was her cup.
Okay.
Mountain Dew, all the time.
Do you know what do you know what she liked to drink?
She liked orange juice. She liked grape juice. Not as much, but she did. She hated water.
Yeah.
That I could be. Oh yeah, she just definitely would fight tooth and nail not to have to touch water. It had to have been juice, Capri Sun, Hawaiian Punch.
Jiggy, he watched YouTube for the first time about this last night?
Yes, I did actually.
Okay, just as sure. Does
Yeah, if you got new listeners, I've actually been off grid for almost 3 years.
right? I mean, your family didn't even know where you were.
Nope, nobody. My own immediate.
Yes, hold on. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jose. Sorry
Yeah,
about that,
that I
guys.
was saying that even my own immediate family thought I was dead.
Yes.
And I picked up the phone and I called my brother, and he broke down in tears when he heard my voice. And he literally was like, "We thought you were dead. What's going on?" And I was just explaining to them, everything I was going through to get my life back together.
Yes. Jose believed Candace would not cover up accident to keep from flipping out on her for not watching Summer. Jose believed Candace would have not covered up accidents from keeping up. Do you know what that means? Like, I see you.
Like, would she cover it up? Is that what
Like,
she's
yeah,
asking?
I guess to keep from because maybe she was scared of Dawn.
I don't really know, because most of the time that if any one of the kids got hurt, she was on top of it. She didn't care. Whatever happened, she was on top of it. So I don't think Dawn had persuasion of stopping her from seeking medical attention for her children.
Okay. Did Candace ever? Did Candace ever cook for the kids?
Uh, Maybe once or twice since I was there.
Mhm.
But, she admitted that she wasn't a good cook, so she barely cooked for them. And she was like, well, Dawn buys them food that you could put in the microwave and make real quick. So
There's
it eliminated her to have to cook.
there's a rumor that Summer is a twin.
Well, I don't know if that's true or not. I've only seen Summer.
Okay, just 1 second, please.
We'll be kids.
Yes, exactly. Don drive a red truck sometimes. Just he would drive it whenever he had a few times, just whenever he had a very long distance to go.
Yeah.
So, 3 creators are streaming already. If they are, I would request that them not and wait 48 hours until then you can stream it. But as of now, please do not. I wonder why Jose go to the wells and WJY did he leave? Why go off grid after he started? He watched CM and he couldn't help Summer. No, Charlotte, that's he watched Chris last night. Last night. People are getting that very confused. I actually sent him the interview.
Yes, you did. You sent it to my personal phone. I didn't know what the hell was really going on with Summer until I literally stayed up all night watching those videos.
Yeah.
And that's when it like really sank in on what the hell was going on.
Right. Since the peppermint is included in all 3 stories, did Summer really love peppermint? Was it really her favorite?
Yes, it was. The peppermint balls
The
that
peppermint
come
balls.
individually wrapped, and they weren't the little ones either. They were marble-sized peppermint balls.
Okay.
I know those. Trust me. One time she almost choked on one, and we had to pat her in the back for it to spit out. And then after that, when she would want one of us would go and smash it so it would split in half so she could eat it that way.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Jose, can you explain to okay, so you knew about, obviously the FBI contacted you whenever, but
Yes,
can you explain, you knew about it, but you didn't know how deep it really went,
exactly.
according
I
to
didn't. No, and at the time, I was going through my own therapy sessions for myself.
right.
But in case your audience doesn't know, I was just literally on the verge of saying quit to the world, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And at the time, I was trying to focus to get my health back in order.
Right. You didn't even know if you was going to make it yourself.
Yeah, exactly. It was a touch and go, day by day thing with me.
Yeah.
Some days were better than others. You know, and that's where people don't understand those things. That when you're going through stuff like that, you're not thinking about nothing else because you're trapped inside of yourself and fighting your own demons inside.
Mm-hmm. Thank you,
You
Jeanette.
know, and you're trying to find out your value to the world.
Yes.
You know, not everybody is built tough and strong. You know, there are people that go through it that they have to build themselves strong again.
Yes. Jenna, thank you so much. Did Candace have a chummer? God, I'm so tired. Did Candace have a child after Summer?
No.
Yeah. Thank you, Chemistry Queen. Appreciate it. Yes, it is, Aaron. Thank you. Suzanne, I hope that answered your question. Are cacti Summer's favorite plant?
Which cactus?
Yeah, cactus.
Somewhat.
Okay.
She liked them, but she would be afraid of them because, you know, they would basically prick her and she didn't like to get stuck by them. But she did like them.
Mm-hmm. Who's let's see here.
Okay. Did Candace get WIC or food stamps?
WIC.
Yeah, she didn't get food stamps.
No, she never got food stamps. That was why she was constantly calling Donnie, fighting with him for money to get food for the house while he's in Utah doing God knows what.
Hazel, no, he's not. And he never went to jail whenever he was in Tennessee whatsoever.
Nope.
Thank you, Rosewood. What are the exact dates that Jose got that? You'll have to go back. The date that Andrew got there and left. Andrew got there and left basically the same day.
Yes, literally the same day.
And Jose actually, if needed, he could actually show. What did you say you could show? Some.
my bank statements to my credit card. It goes
Yes.
back 5 years.
Yes. The
I
banks.
could show purchases that I was making on the way down there when I was buying food and things for everybody.
Yes. Let me see here. We know that the law enforcement report was there in October of 2020. How was that off grid? Shelly, you'll have to go back and look because clearly that's been over 2 years.
Oh, what's that about?
Saying how was it off grid? I mean,
What's off grid? The incident that happened between me and Donnie?
no, about you being just you being off the grid. They're saying I don't know. Don't even worry about it. Yes,
Think of it this way.
Janica. Yes,
The feds couldn't even find me. So if you don't call that off grid, I don't know what you will. No social media, no cell phone usage, no internet, because where I was physically at, which I'm not going to disclose, which
Okay.
I already had spoke to you, Justin.
yeah.
Physically, there's no way in hell I would ever got a connection anyway. So,
Do
you know what I mean? Especially with what I was doing.
So do you know my name, Cinnamon Hot Hot? Got it. Thank you. What age has Don? He could have met Junior and just introduced as Don S. Yeah, do you mean Don Sherfy? I'm gonna send him Dukes, if you could I'm gonna resend him a picture of that gentleman, and either this evening or tomorrow I will see if he confirm if he knows him or not. Did Candace ever hide things from Dawn?
Oh, not that I know.
Okay.
Only the fact that I found it weird that they made him believe I was gay. If that's what you're talking about, yeah, I wouldn't understand why she would do that. But a little bit later, I found out why she did that is because he already had cheated on her multiple times. So she was trying to figure out a way for him to force him to come back home.
Thank you, Jesse. Did Grandis have a bowl of peppermint candies out in her trailer, or did she have them hidden away at the time you were there?
She had them on top of her, in her camper, on top of her table.
She had them where?
On top of her table in her camper.
On top of her table on her camper.
Yeah, she always had a bowl of peppermint. She was always snapping on things like that.
Can you describe the inside of the camper?
Okay, sure. So when you walk in, the door is to the left-hand side. It has a screen door, a white door. When you open it up, the first thing you look at is her refrigerator and then the kitchen area. As you enter, there is the door to the left-hand side. When you open that up, that is actually the bathroom area, which she had turned into a storage because she didn't have a water hookup for there. The fridge was in the front. The microwave is just above the stove. To the right-hand side, as you keep looking to the right, it turned into an open area where they sat a full-size bed, and the table was just before the bed, and it was enough for 3 people to sit. So that was basically the size of that camper.
Yeah. Well, that says a lot right there.
That's what I said. I know things, like know things, describe places like the interior of that home. I could tell you every nook, every cranny. I could even tell you about the holes that they drilled on the floor. So when they turned on the pellet stove downstairs, the wood stove, the heat would rise through the floor, so the upper part of the house would get warm.
They drew
Donnie,
they put a hole in the floor?
Donnie literally drilled 1 inch hole, circular holes throughout the house so
Ernie,
that the heat.
hold on 1 second. Just 1 second, Jose. Ernie, you better turn it off right now. I'm just telling you. Nobody streams it for 48 hours. You can get struck. It's up to you. I've been very good to you. But I'm just saying. Okay, go ahead, Jose. Sorry.
Yeah, so he had drilled holes on the floor so that the heat will go from the cellar up into the upper part of the house, so it will warm up when it got cold.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they had a few holes all over the place, but it was scattered through the whole house.
No. Boston actress says, any info on the shed?
Which shed? They had 3 of them.
Yeah.
One of them was Donnie's work shed. But that's typically where the copperhead was found. Every time we saw it, it was around that area. Then they had another shed that was about 50, 60 feet more down. That was another shed. That's where the boys' four-wheelers were. Their little motorbikes that they had, that Donnie had bought them. That's where their four-wheelers were stored at. And then the last shed was next to the one building I told you about that could have been transformed into a home, and they could have rented it out, but instead they just basically used it for junk storage.
Okay. Yes, yeah, I will send him pictures of both of those. Susan Bright. I don't see Susan's comment. Okay. Okay. I see you. Any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. When did Summer play hide and go seek? Did she like to play hide and go seek?
All the time. That was one of her favorite games that she played with her brothers.
Mm-hmm. Did one of the sheds have a basement in it, like a?
Yeah, that's the far shed that I told you about, that there's a path that led down the woods. Yes.
Okay. That's the one. Okay. Could you ask where people coming through there, like random people, traffic, or preliminary, just them? I mean, was there like a bunch of people in and out of the house, like people that you didn't know, that the kids didn't know?
No, absolutely not. No.
Okay.
The only people, I believe, whoever went there were people who actually knew them. Never no random person, because their house is not easily found.
No, it's definitely not easily found.
Yeah, exactly. When you hook that left off the main road and you on Benson, their driveway is literally surrounded by woods. You will have to really look to see the entranceway of that driveway. And even when you go up that driveway, as I specifically stress to everyone, if you ain't got a truck, you're not making it up that driveway.
Mm-hmm.
There's no car, not even your SUV, Nissan Murano, Honda RAV4. You would even have problems going up that driveway with one of those. You would literally need a pickup truck or something V8 to make it up that hill.
Okay. Did you ever meet a guy named David Dotson?
No.
Okay. Did Candace ever leave Summer in the vehicle to sleep that you know of?
No,
Okay.
not at all. And usually, most of the time, when Candace was with Summer, Grandis was with her, or somebody else was with her, with Summer. So if she ever went into the store, she never left Summer alone in the car, ever. At all. Well, that was a big no-no for her.
No, he doesn't know Andy, Mama Lioness. Do you think that anybody could have came up there and taken Summer within 2 minutes, or do you think Summer could have, you know, ran outside, ran all the way down uh, the end of the road, and got abducted within 2 minutes?
Mm-mm. That's physically impossible. I'm telling you, to go up and down that hill for Summer, it would have took her at least 5 minutes.
Yeah, for a
As
kid,
little as,
for sure.
yes, for a kid. For an adult, you gonna have to trek, and I mean hike.
Yeah.
This ain't something that you just walking up all casual and nice. You going through rugged terrain to get up that driveway
Yes.
because there's no smooth pavement at all. It's literally trees, sticks, wild trees growing everywhere on the property. You got abandoned trucks and cars all over the place. Yeah, it wouldn't have been easy at all.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't. It definitely would have been a challenge for sure.
Monica, we answered a lot of those, hun. I'm so glad you're. Yeah. Thank you very much, Ms. Brooks. Yes, most questions have been answered. We've been here almost 5 hours, so. Jose, do you have anything else you want to talk about?
Not really. Just I hope that this interview enlightened a lot of people, and I hope it put a real good, how can you say, perspective on what these kids were really going through in there. And if law enforcement even listens to this, CPS, I advise you do not let them children go back there ever again, because they are not going to be well taken care of at all whatsoever, because they have multiple chances of doing the right thing and instead they refuse to. And just actions speak louder than words. Just the fact that you don't want to cooperate is more than enough to say you don't care, because a parent that loves their child, they're going to fight tooth and nail for their child.
Yeah.
They're going to reach to the far extent of the world to find their child.
Absolutely.
They're not just going to sit at home and drink and live stream with people and laugh like nothing ever happened 8 months while your child is still missing. No, that's impossible. You know what I'm saying? How can you even sleep knowing that your child is not there? You know that your child is literally taken from your home. If your child is taken from your home, do you actually think I will feel comfortable sleeping in that house knowing that my child was taken from there? Absolutely not. It would be torture.
I agree.
I would feel unsafe in that home. I would not trust that home anymore. I would question everything.
No, he was not. No, he wasn't. Okay. Does Candace have anything wrong with her that makes her facial expressions off?
No, only when she's drunk. Liquor does a lot. What you see in her right now was what she would look like when she decided to drink.
Yes.
You know,
Uh,
and
exactly.
like those videos I was watching, it's like I said, the Candace that I left, that I remembered, that's not her.
Mm-hmm.
It really isn't. That's a totally different woman. It really is.
Yeah.
You know, and things like this, yeah, they could
Thank you, Bobby
definitely
Cat.
change. They could definitely change people. You know, situations like this, definitely, and that I wouldn't put past. But what raises my suspicion is you shouldn't be on live streaming laughing and giggling when your child is out there missing. That's not a laughing matter at all. And you shouldn't say, hold live streams and say, well, this conversation is not about Summer. It's about us and you know what she's doing and things like that, just to try to go off beat so that she can try to heal. No one's gonna heal knowing that you don't know what happened to your child. You know, when children go missing, you never heal from that until you know what happened to them and their bodies are returned and they're laid to rest. That's when you find some kind of closure. And even then, it's difficult. But if you're still in the hunt for your child
Mm-hmm.
and you're live streaming the way you are and laughing like that, that's it.
Well, you know what's
It's
interesting is she will live stream with online, but she won't do an interview for the local news.
exactly my point.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I sent that to you.
Yeah,
Let's see here.
exactly my point. And that's what bothers me
Annie,
about this whole situation in itself. How is it you could go and talk with someone on a video and you won't help law enforcement? These are the people trying to help find your child. You know, I get they're sketchy at times, but if they're literally breaking their back to you for any little tip, you should be helping them tooth and nail, you know?
I agree. Annie Oakley, Jose, you are doing what God sent you to do. No one is to blame outside of whoever is involved.
Thank you.
Hold on 1 second, Jose.
Okay, man, I have a question now.
Okay, go for it.
Um, do you know if Candace liked Don's mother?
If I knew of Candace, what?
If
Did
Candace got along with Don's mother?
I think she did actually.
did Candace get along with Don's mom? Yeah.
Yeah, I think they did.
Okay, Bobby
I
Cat.
think she was basically the one who was like trying to stay in contact with them, especially when Donnie was in Utah. She would always call his sister or, you know, his parents, you know, to check up on Donnie when Donnie wouldn't pick up the phone. And she's there trying to contact him, and she would contact the family
Mm-hmm.
and be like, I can't find him. I don't know where he is. He doesn't pick up the phone. And they will be like, okay, we'll go and check. But it was like I said, Don and his dad, oh no. His father hated him
Thank you, Bobby
bad.
Cat. Thank you so much, Bobby Cat. Um, do you happen to have any of like old recordings or anything?
No,
No,
I do
okay.
not.
I figure you did go through you with your situation right now. I didn't think you would. Annie Oakley says, Jose, you're doing a godsend. No one is to blame. Okay, I read that. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, talking about his parents, the parents in Utah. Did what do you know what if you do answer it, if you don't, that's fine. Do you know what Don's relationship was with his parents?
I know his dad hated his guts.
Really?
Oh, yes, he did. Oh, they clashed so bad. They've had arguments, and they would clash. His father just hated him.
Mhm.
No, I never knew what it was, but there was something there that dad and him didn't like each other. And now that I'm thinking about it, that raised questions too. What the hell did Donnie do to dad? That dad is so pissed off the way he is, not to forgive his son and talk to his son. Because my kids have done bad things to me, but still, I forgave them. They are my children. I love them very much, and eventually, with God's help, I'll get to talk to them again.
That's right.
That's what I wish for.
Yeah.
As a dad. But for him to go all these years hating his son and to wind up being sick with dementia and still go with the hatred like that, something definitely happened very serious.
Jose, did you see the video of that brief video of Summer? Not the picture, we sent you the picture, but did you go see the video of Summer laying on the milk jugs?
Yes,
Okay.
I did.
Uh, does that sound like Grandis's voice?
Yes, it is.
Okay, that's okay.
That's what I was about to tell you that too.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Magnolia
She has
Blossoms.
a distinct voice.
I thought it was her. To me, it sounded very Midwestern.
Rat.
Yeah, and raspy. Yeah.
Yeah, raspy. That's Grandis's voice for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Can did can did did Dawn, or not Dawn, but did Candace and Grandis, or whoever, somebody, I can't remember who you told you about the rendezvous that was going on in Dawn's family with his, his sisters, that one?
Oh, about him, SA and his sister, well,
Yeah.
his stepsister.
Yes.
I've got a whiff of that, from Candace herself, but it was more of her defending Don than it was throwing him under the bus. She don't know what she's talking about. She's crazy. She's trying to ruin my husband's life. Things like that. But why?
Sun's coming in.
It's puzzling. Why would she do this? The daughter winds up missing, and she finally has the courage to step forward. This is what I mean. I digress with this, but this is what I mean when I say you cannot understand what goes through people's minds until you are the victim yourself. Only a victim can realize what a victim is feeling. And this is what I mean. This woman waited 30 years, to even come out and speak, say something. That's 30 years. Think about that. That should make us sit back and have to look at this whole case and whole scenario in a different angle, because we're looking at it as sane people. We're looking at it as people with good conscience, strong health, in the mind. But you can't always look at it like that. You have to look at it as if you're the victim themselves. How would you feel? Would you be embarrassed? Would you hide it? Are you insecure? Things like that. It's scary to speak about things like that. And I'm only telling you that because I'm a victim, you know? I'm literally a victim of being molested when I was younger. I'm a victim of being raped. I know that feeling. That's something I had to carry for over 28 years of my life. And it's not easy to come forward and speak about these things because you feel disgusted about yourself. You feel you're not worth anything at all to nobody. Even though you're young and you don't know what's going on, as you become an adult, you start to question your value in society. And this is what people don't realize. So, to hear sarcastic, questions like, "Oh, how you couldn't say nothing and you was there and you just disappeared. Are you a victim? Has this happened to you? Do you know the experience? Do you know what it feels like? Do you know the nightmares every single night of reliving that?" I'll give you a personal example. And this is how I know I'm mentally strong now. I'll give you a good example from my life. Do you know what it's like to wake up in the middle of the night gasping for air because you think that a 10-inch dick is being shoved down your throat while they're coming in you? Do you know what that feels like? For the person who asked me that question, do you know what it feels like to be held down by 6 other men while another man is ramming you from behind through
Oh
a
my
butt where
God.
feces comes out? Do you know what that feels like? Do you know the mental scarring that does?
I'm
Because
so
obviously
sorry.
you must be a person that doesn't. You know, you would have to act something like that because you never experienced that kind of pain, that kind of loneliness. And this is why I give it up to Donnie's stepsister for coming forward because
Yes.
it's hard. It really is hard to come forward to admit that you were dominated in that way and treated like you were trash,
Mm-hmm.
and dismissed as you were nothing. I know what that's like. I know that feeling. I experienced it. And still to this day, I have nightmares of things like that. And
Okay.
all I can do is get up, get on my knees, and pray to God to soothe me, to heal me, to help me keep going, keep pushing forward, keep telling people you worth something. You
Mm-hmm.
are. Don't think you less of a man or a woman because that happened to you. We were dealt a shitty hand. Now, what are you going to do to rise from it? God's not going to give you something you can't handle. You know,
That's
if
right.
you're alive, it's because He wants you alive. There's a purpose that you're here. Not everyone knows what it is. Some find it sooner than others. But when you realize it, and signs are being thrown at you, that it's time for you to speak up because you're no longer weak. You're strong because you could talk about it. And maybe the words that you speak can inspire someone else to stand up and say, "I'm worth it. I'm no longer going to let this dominate my life anymore. This does not define who I am as a person. I am me, and I'm going to keep fighting." And that's what I say to the listeners. That's how you got to think of it. You can no longer think of it in your perspective, out of your own opinions, because you're not the victim. When you are the victim, it's when you realize what they're really going through.
Mm-hmm. Second to none said, Jose, you are a phoenix rising from the ashes.
And I believe, even going through my mental things, even me trying to, off myself, as you can say,
Mm-hmm.
I could tell you 2 times that I've tried that guaranteed, without a shadow of a doubt, doctor said I definitely should be dead. I should be dead. And God kept me alive. And I always wondered why. And as I'm building myself back up through these years, constantly telling myself in the mirror, it's going to be a good day. I am somebody. I'm going to do this, reading the Bible. I'm not perfect. Nobody is.
No,
Everyone
of
has
course not.
problems, you know. But the more and more I kept going, and then finding out what's going on with Summer, here's my chance to redeem myself. Here is my chance to fight for someone who cannot speak at all, who's literally in a cloud right now. And if what I speak can help her, I'm going to let it out completely. Because if no one wants to fight for her, I will. And I'm not going to hold nothing back because that girl needs it.
Yes. Thank you, C. Karen. Did Candace ever medicate Summer to calm her down?
No,
Not that you know
never.
of. Okay.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Okay. Alex Erickson. Okay. Alex, you can turn it off now. Or you can be struck. Whatever you want to do. 48 hours, guys. That's all I ask is just 48 hours. Guys, I literally can't thank Jose enough from the bottom of my heart for just talking to me, first of all, and wanting to fill in the gaps that he knows. And, you know, Jose will be the first to tell you that he has made poor decisions, as I have, and as I'm sure you have, as at a point in your life. But what I know about Jose right now, I wish I could tell you guys because you would be so freaking proud of him. But I do want you to know that Jose is doing amazing, amazing things, and he has really turned his mess into a message, as I like to say. And life is a constant journey. We're constantly moving and evolving, and there's always going to be bumps in the road, but that still doesn't mean that you can't triumph and be better and do better and know better. So Jose, I really just want to thank you sincerely.
No problem. And I thank you for giving me the opportunity to finally, speak out. Because it's time. I think, I was in the shadows too long. And it goes back to the remark I said, evil will always prevail when good men stand by and do nothing. And I'm not going to stand by and not do nothing no longer. Someone got to speak out. Someone got to call their bullshit. And I'm calling it. We're all red flags, and I'm calling it. I'm calling you out, Candace. I'm calling you out, Donnie. And you remember, I'm not one that runs from y'all. I stood right in front of your face to face. You've seen my eyes. You've seen my demeanor. I run from no one. And I'm not going to run away from y'all trying to undermine whatever's going on. You want to throw me under the bus? Go ahead, do it. Because I guarantee you take my legs, God's going to give me wings. One way or another, I'm going to fly. Y'all the ones who's going to have to deal with that guilt for the rest of your life.
That's right.
And the more and more it goes by, the more and more it's going to hurt.
Right. And, even if they didn't do something, no one, if they know something, whoever
Just
knows something,
anything.
just
Yes.
just make it right while you're alive, rather than wait
Absolutely.
and have to pay for it a much worse consequence on the other side, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
Make it right in this
Absolutely.
life. Make it right in this life. And that's not just with Summer. That's make it right with somebody you have
Everyone.
wronged,
Oh, yeah, that's right.
or
That's
your
the
family
right
members.
message.
Make it right
That's the
now.
right message, Justin. That is absolutely the right message.
Mm-hmm.
I want everyone who's listening, you have a grudge against someone. Someone has done you wrong. I get it. I really do. And I'm not talking to the ones who's mentally healthy and strong. I'm talking to the ones who's been victimized. Even to the victims out there, I want to tell you something. He's right. He's 100% right. They may have done you wrong, but you know what makes us better? God gave us a powerful weapon. And you know what it is? Forgiveness. Because through that, you're going to find love, and love abundantly. You're going to find that just you forgiving is going to break the chains, and all that weight is going to fall off because you're no longer going to drag it around anymore. It no longer controls you. It can't weigh you down. If anything, you can use that as a platform to build from because it makes you a stronger person. And if you're around someone, that you had an argument with, or a dispute with, pick up the phone, call them on Facebook, forgive them, hey, bury the hatchet. Because one thing for sure I know, we're not guaranteed tomorrow. No one is. So it's better for you to make the amends from now. I'm still on that battle right now with my own children. And it's not an easy road. But it doesn't mean I'm going to give up. Because I know eventually the Lord's going to give me what I want. For the moment he feels I'm not ready. And I accept it.
Thank you, Patty.
If my journey has to continue, then it will. But believe me, forgive and push on. You're only going to become stronger once you let everything go.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, thank you, Jose. I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you very much. And if you have any questions, um, we'll be more than happy to answer them for you.
Yeah, we'll do anything we can for you, Jose. You know that. Guys, really, thank you for being here in support of Summer, Jose, me, everyone. Just thank you from the bottom of my heart. Gratitude to each of you. I think we've said enough. We've been on here 5 hours and 12 minutes.
I'm sorry.
No, don't you dare say sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about, sir. Iris Rainbow says, Jose, we all make mistakes, blessings. And absolutely, that's another thing. The mistakes that we make, I think we need to also forgive for the ones that has, trespassed against us too. That doesn't mean you don't take action, but it means, you got to forgive as well. So can't let people run over you. All right, guys. God bless you. Thank you all for being here. And have a good night. And I'm sure we'll be in touch with Jose very soon again. And as things progress and as everything does in life, we'll be all, I'm sure we'll be together with him again for sure. All right, guys. Good night. God bless each and every